Good evening and welcome to a special meeting of the Northampton School Committee, Thursday, December 9th, 2021. This is our meeting with the Student Advisory Council, and this meeting is being held as an online Zoom meeting in accordance with the extensions made to the open meeting law related to the COVID-19 pandemic. I will begin by asking the clerk to call the roll of the school committee.
Mayor Narkewicz.
Present.
Member Busansky.
Present.
Member Fallon.
Present.
Member Seraphy Cox. I don't think she's quite here yet. Member Condon.
Present.
Mommy, that the water.
Member Levy.
Present.
Member Kaufman.
Present.
Member Goldman.
Present.
Member Voss.
Present.
And Member Gold.
Present.
Your Honor, you have a quorum.
Excellent. So I will now turn it over to our two members of the student union who have presentation. So turn it over to Jake or Lila or whoever's leading the presentation.
Hi, everyone. So today we're starting out as two people, myself and Lila. We will be joined later, possibly by Dahlia. But our presentation is mainly a recap, a summary about the survey that we conducted throughout September and November. We at our last meeting that we had with you, we did go over the survey. That was before it was published, and now we do have the survey has closed. It's been closed for a bit of a while, and we've analyzed most, if not all, of the data, and we'd love to share some with you. And then in the end, there is a specific part that we'd like to focus on. So if Lila, would you mind starting to share your screen?
Yeah, let me see. Okay, hopefully this works. Can you all see my screen? Okay, wonderful. All right. So the first section of this survey is just some demographics quickly. So this is just a breakdown of the grades that answered the survey. It's predominantly freshmen and juniors answered more than sophomores and seniors. And then Jake, I don't know if you want to kind of explain this graph. It's a little bit confusing.
Yeah, so for our demographics, we asked, I believe we asked what a student's grade was, what their gender was, what their race was, and what their socioeconomic status was. For gender and race, we gave multiple options, meaning student can click on one, two, all, add an other, things like that. So percentages and numbers might not add up throughout the survey when it's concerning those two questions. And so when it says right here in this graph, 42.9% identified as a woman, it's not necessarily that. It could be that someone identified as man, woman, or woman transgender woman, or woman non-binary, or other things. And then just as a disclaimer, there are other things that weren't added into this that we took as a joke, as in things like people quoted parts of a TV series, things like that. So we didn't include those for the sake, but if any of you would like to see those, we would be happy to share. And I'll let you can continue. Next slide. So for race, we tried to break it up in a way that was easier to see on the eyes. We were not so lucky. But you can clearly see that a vast majority of students responding to this survey and a vast majority of students in our district and in the high school do identify as white, if not their only race that they identify as, or one of multiple. It is a bit higher than previously reported statistics on the high school. I think last I checked for last year, it's about 78% white at the high school. So there is a bit higher percentage. And then we did get some other notable things, such as Black students who identified as Black or African American. That was 4.3%. That the percentage, I believe, is about 2.2% for the high school. And so it's notable. We don't know with the way we ask the question of race versus how DESE tracks could be different. So it's just something to point out that a majority of the students were white, and then which is basically what our district is represented, our high school is representative of. Next slide, please. Okay, and this is the last demographic question we asked, socioeconomic status. Again, this is a self-reported. There's no set income level per family that was assigned to this. It's just how a student chose. A vast majority, nearly 50%, were middle class. Upper middle class was a vast majority. Low income, working class, lower middle class, those were about 16 and I think 18 or 19% respectively. So it was not, those are lower numbers than our school has. So that is an area that we were trying to work on, and it is higher than last year's numbers for participation in the survey, but we will continue trying to get a more representative sample for next year. And so that's just something for you to know. Okay, next slide. So now we'll just go over a bit of the survey. Lila, do you want to do a few slides? Okay.
If Lila is not a co-host, she might need to be unmuted.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you. Somebody just asked me to unmute. Sorry, I haven't been able to unmute. That's why I haven't been talking. Sorry about that. Yeah, on to the general survey. I can present some of this. So the first question was about driver's ed. And the question was cost a substantial factor in your decision on whether or not to take driver's ed? As you can see, 83% of students said no, and 16 said yes. And also, sorry, just something to note is that 369 people out of the school of about 850 or higher, I believe, responded to this. So kind of like what Jake was touching on earlier, none of these none of these numbers are necessarily representative of the entire student body, but just of the population that filled out this survey. So I just think that's important to note. And then Jake, I don't know if you want to go over this breakdown.
So of the six, it was a clear majority of students who said they could afford a driver's ed, but I felt it was necessary kind of to see how the no broke down, specifically based on socioeconomic status. It's pretty clear that one would expect the results to come out like this. Nearly 75% of low income or working class students said cost was a substantial factor in the decision of whether or not to take driver's ed. And it gets decreasing less and less up until upper class, where all students said no. And then of course there's prefer not to say, which we can't really do anything with since it could be anywhere on the spectrum. So it was basically just to prove what most people would think. So for this question, we just kind of wanted to put it in. We're not really planning on doing anything specifically with this since we can't identify students throughout the survey, but We just wanted to see how the overall student body was doing. And specifically, we were looking at how many students are struggling. And 9% of students responded with "I'm struggling and I need support." Those are students who filled out the survey. That's a step that some students wouldn't take that need support. So the fact that students who are willing to fill out a survey responded with that is pretty concerning to us. And so we do have a mental health subcommittee that is focusing on certain things that we can discuss at a later date. But yeah, it's just something that we thought we'd point out. Okay. So there are two parts. There are two sections of our survey that we feel like we don't have the correct information. So we'll put in, so we're going to give you, we'll show you what we have basically, but the more information would probably the superintendent or the administrative team or guidance at our school would know more about this. But we asked students how many advanced courses they'd taken, how many Smith courses they'd taken, things like that. And then of those, we asked students if they felt like they belonged in like the class, just as a way of like what they felt. And I believe the percentage no didn't show up, but it's about 18%. And so it's a substantial number of students that didn't feel welcomed in a class that is meant to be just advance their academic careers. And so again, we don't have the numbers of students per gender, class, race, socioeconomics, things like that for the entire school. But this is one piece of information that we do have, that of the students who filled it out, a pretty significant percentage responded that they didn't feel like they belonged. Again, this is just a piece of information that we had. The other questions that we asked were, are you taking Smith courses? Questions that our survey doesn't really give a good enough, it wouldn't give information it would give incomplete information that's available to, I assume, all school committee members if you ask. So, yes. Okay. Lila, do you want to do a bit of this and then I could finish up?
Thank you. Yeah. So this last section is about the late start, just because that's such a big change for high school students this year. So the first question we asked was, would you support changing the start time for next year, making it earlier? And this meaning like back again, or to a different time that it wasn't before, I guess. And so as you can see, about more than 50% of students said yes. 43 said yes between 8 and 9 a.m. And 17 said yes, switch it back to 7:30. And then a lot of these this kind of rainbow of unlabeled things are various responses as well that we weren't able to organize, but a lot of them said, I don't know, I don't care, stuff like that. So not necessarily yes or no. But some students also said, no, the new start time works well for me. And some said, no, I can't take another change. So yeah, that was pretty interesting. And then we broke that down also by socioeconomic status. And it varies a bit, as you can see. Jake, I don't know if you want to go more into depth about that.
I think the next slide would give a bit more information on this.
Okay. there.
So, so this, we broke it up into the different yeses and different nos. And as you can, I guess, kind of see, for a majority of all the socioeconomic classes besides low income or working class, over 50% of students feel like the start time should be changed. There's a variance between switch it back to 7:30, switch it from 8 to 9, sometime between 8 to 9. And that actually caught our attention. The fact that low income students were pretty significantly higher, have a significantly higher percentage of saying no, the start time works. And so we think more research should be, like more surveys, I guess, but some sort of looking into why that is. And yeah, it's just something interesting we found when going through the data. But again, the low income working class is not necessarily a representative sample. There was a pretty low response rate. Okay, next slide. Here's just the same question broken up by gender. There's a noticeable, not extremely. Actually, let's go to the next slide. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. So this slide kind of shows what I wanted to say. So if you look, I guess, woman to man, the first slide was showing numbers. This is showing percentages. I just wanted to show the fact that women and men were the highest response rates. So when you can take the percentages with that in mind. So again, something noticeable, interesting we found was there's a pretty substantial increase in students who responded no for changing the start time for any reason when they identified as man versus woman. Anecdotally, I can speak to that. I've noticed in sports and things like that, men's teams don't tend to have earlier practice because I guess, I'm not going to speak to why that could be. I'll just leave it at that. It's something interesting we found. And Lila, you want to talk about this?
Yeah, so this is just a graph of the question, do you feel that you had any input into the change? And as like this survey shows, but also I think Jake could probably speak on this too, but just like as I've been talking to my peers and when we started school in the fall, it was a little bit surprising for some people. And as you can see, a vast majority of people felt that they did not have input into the change or didn't even know it was going to be changed, especially because of the, I think, hard time people had communicating during quarantine and lockdown. And then that is the last slide. So Jake, I don't know if you want to wrap up.
That's not the last. There's one more slide
Oh, so sorry.
before the questions.
Wait.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go.
Okay, so it's just something that we thought we would bring up. So the process of that at least I watched happening for late start, and albeit I haven't been an avid, I've only been alive for 17 years, and I've heard that this conversation has been going on for about that long. And I've also only been in this district for 4 years. So that is, with that in mind, what I understand the process, it felt rushed without lack of research. And when I say lack of research, I don't mean lack of scientific research into the benefits of late start. I mean lack of research on how this would affect the community and our community. Things like sports participation, sports practices, things like dual enrollment, things like Smith classes, things like any other outside learning opportunities, specifically for the high school. And it's just something that maybe research could have found that the benefits outweigh the cons. It's just something that I think wasn't really talked through, and it just felt rushed. And one part that I saw that I thought was rushed was the survey that was released in December of last year. I looked, by my account, no, I think it was about 10 days between when the survey was released and this school committee meeting that had a vote on this. And about, I think, 400 people responded to the survey. Again, not an exact number, this is from my recollection. And so it felt like it was just rushed through, and I think reasoning was given: if we don't do it now, it'll never happen, which is a valid reasoning for a lot of things, that if you don't take action, you can get bogged down by the process and the thinking through. But this is one of those things that could have used a bit more research, a bit more input, and especially when it was rushed through a time where a lot of changes were happening throughout the district and at the high school. We were adding flex block. We were adding a new grading system, standards-based grading. And it's just a lot of change that happened that I think everyone wasn't really prepared for. Students, teachers, even administrators. So it's just something that we wanted to bring to your attention. I know that many of you will not be here your coming term, but it's just something I wanted to say. Okay. Now,
And I do think it is worth to mention that this data was collected in the fall, which was a time when sports teams were practicing outside, and so they had to leave early in order to play their games before it got dark. So I do think that we might have gotten slightly different results if it was collected. And it was also obviously the first semester that this change has been implemented. So I do think that if we conducted this survey a little bit later in the semester or next semester, we might get different results. But I do think it's important to see how students feel about the lack of input they had in this process.
Okay. Now we can open it up to any questions members of the school committee have about anything that we mentioned.
Okay, thank you. If school committee members have comments or questions, if you could just use your raise hand function and so I can identify you. Wonder if it might be, Member Gold. Sorry, Member Gold.
You were going to say something? Were you going to say something there, Mayor?
Oh, I just was just identifying you as having your hand raised.
Oh, okay. One thing I guess to ask, is this going to also be talked about later in the agenda? I misunderstood exactly what was happening in the agenda. So I don't know if I can hold it till then, if we want to just get to the public comment too.
There is a discussion on the agenda, I believe. So that would be a chance to talk about it. So maybe this would be more for questions that you may have specifically for our student advisory members, representatives.
I'm sorry. So I guess I was wondering, are they going to be there? Well, Jake and Lila, are you planning on staying till then?
I'm planning on staying, so.
Okay, great.
Okay, Member Goldman.
Thank you.
Would you be able to stop screen sharing, just Jake or Lila, just only because it's easier to see everybody. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Jake and Lila, for this presentation. This is really great to have the two of you leading the participation of the students at the high school in contributing to how Late Start is going. And I wonder if you could speak a little bit to the reasons why some people like the late start and why people don't. Whereas there is a section in the survey where people could put comments, or do you have a sense of that?
So I do have a sense. I'm just checking before I say something. Give me 1 second. Yeah, so the sense is for people who like the later start time, and some people even want it to have to be later. I've heard talk of people wanting it 10, 11, maybe jokingly. But yeah, it's that they want more sleep. It's they're staying up later. It's the main thing that's mentioned about that is sleeping in. The thing that's mentioned about changing the end, so I guess how not wanting to end at 3:30 is a lot of people mentioned sports back in fall. Some people are still mentioning it now, though there is it has decreased a bit. And some people are just not like, now that it's winter, there's about maybe a half hour of light, full light, before you go home. And some students don't like, if the goal is to sleep later and then go to school and then go home, you have no light in middle of winter. So some students have talked about that, extracurriculars, going through in the dark, sports. So I guess, yeah, pretty much not having sunlight is a pretty big part of it. And some people have also mentioned working. Some they can get less hours because you start later in the day. That means you can only work to so late. And then some people, though it's not, I haven't heard that much about it, is taking care of younger kids who are in elementary school who are starting earlier than us. And I just checked, we did have a section for comments. About 70 responses were added. So if you want those, I can definitely send those.
Yeah, I would really appreciate that if you could send that information to all the school committee members. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, Member Busansky.
Thanks. Thanks so much, Jake and Lila, for presenting this information, and the Student Union for doing the survey. I just had one question. It was pretty early on in the late start discussion. You didn't have a percentage on one of it was like green. It was like the green pie slice. It was the one about like, do people want to start from 8 to 9? Do they want to go back to 7:30? Do they like it at 9? And then it's not, maybe it was the I can't take another change section. I'm not sure, but I just didn't understand what those percentages. There was one missing, or maybe I just missed it. Does that make any sense, Lila? I'm not looking at it, so it's hard for me to, or Jake.
Well, there are 4 response to the question, would you support changing the start time? There are 4 responses. Yes, between 8 and 9. Yes, switch it back to 8:30. No, the new start works. And then no, I can't take another change.
Right. Just what were those percentages on those 4?
So about 8.1% said, no, I can't take another change. This is of the whole survey. And 22.8 said, no, the new start time works really well for me.
Okay. And then those, I just wanted to understand the other responses where you got very few responses. That was just kind of, if they didn't want to choose one of those 4, they could write in another response.
Yeah, they can write in other responses. Some students wrote in responses that were the essence of yes, switch it back to 8 or 9. The basic what we were saying, but we just didn't feel like we should classify those. But the general sentiment were 2 things. Most people said yes, switch it back to sometime. Some people gave different options. And then a pretty vast majority, mostly seniors, were saying, I don't care, I'm not going to be here next year. So we didn't, yeah.
Okay, thank you. I know we'll be discussing it later, so I just want to get my question in.
Are there any more questions or discussion about the presentation? Okay, well, thank you, Jake and Lila, and all the folks on your team for collecting this data and presenting it tonight. And as earlier mentioned, there is a discussion item about late start on our agenda later in the evening. So thank you both for being here. And with that, I would then ask for a motion to adjourn this special meeting of the Student Advisory Council.
Move to
Motion to-
adjourn.
Second.
Okay, and I'll ask the clerk to call the roll. And for those that are watching at home, we're just during a meeting, and then we're going to reconvene in the regular school committee. So don't worry, we're not ending the meeting. You didn't miss anything.
Member Busansky,
Yes.
Member Fallon,
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Okay, there. Now I can unmute myself. Yes.
Member Condon,
Yes.
Member Levy,
Yes.
Member Kaufman,
Yes.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
Member Voss,
Yes.
Member Gold,
Yes.
and Mayor Narkewicz.
Yes.
The vote is 10 in favor.
Okay, so this special meeting with the Student Advisory is adjourned. And I will now go ahead, and if Northampton Open Media is okay with us just pivoting to the next meeting, I'll just keep on going, and I will call to order the December 9th, 2021 regular meeting of the Northampton School Committee. And for those just joining us, this meeting is being held as an online Zoom meeting pursuant to the modifications to the open meeting law related to COVID-19. I would ask folks, I believe you will be muted if you're joining the meeting and are not one of the members of the school committee. And I would ask you to please, remain muted if possible. And also, there'll be an opportunity for public comment. So you'll have an opportunity to speak then. And with that, I'll dispense with the roll call because we had a quorum, a duly noted quorum, and the quorum has remained moving into this meeting. So I think we can dispense with that. And I'll move into the public comment period. So this is an opportunity for members of the public to speak for up to 3 minutes. And if there are members of the public who wish to speak, I would ask you to use your raise hand function in Zoom to signify that. That would be under the reactions section. You can also, if you're calling in by phone, you can utilize your star functions. Dr. Provost, did you have a question related to?
Yes, I believe we have another video public comment from students. I don't know if you wanted to take that first or take it at the end, but I just want to make you aware that that's been submitted for tonight.
Sure. If Annie's ready, why don't we just start right off with that video? And then if you've got the technology ready and you want to go ahead and share screen, and then I'll move on to the folks whose hands are raised.
Okay, I'm happy to. The last time I did this, I had some trouble with my audio, and I think it was Member Voss who knew how to do that. So if you'd walk me through that, that'd be great.
Or go to share screen and sharing it, and there should be a little box at the bottom that says something like computer audio before you share it. Sorry.
Well, let me stop the share and see if I can.
So when you tell it to share, there should be a box, I think, at the bottom.
I don't have a box at the bottom.
Is it in the pull-up menu at all, or if you?
I don't see it there either. I know I found.
Annie,
Yeah.
I'll walk you through it. Say share screen, and you'll see all the choices to share at the bottom.
Oh, I see it. I share optimize for video and share sound. Okay, thank you. I'm gonna choose that. Okay. Please let me know if you can't hear it.
Every time I walk through the locker room, or use the bathroom, I'll just hear, "What are you doing in here, girl?" or "Get out, Exler." And every time I go to the lunch line, I can hear slurs pointed in my direction. And all these months of building up confidence in my gender, confidence in who I am, are just gone in 1 second. And that'll take me at least 3 more months to recover from one comment from one stupid substitute, or a teacher dead naming me, or a peer will just completely dissolve everything that I've worked to build.
I have been called the F slur, the T slur, and I've been called shemale by a lot of my peers. And it takes me an entire period to be at a place where I can learn. And I often fall behind because of it.
It's something that's like specifically directed towards me. It can take a really long time for me to get out of this like worried, angry, like confused state of mind.
I do. In a science class, I was asked if Asian people were black, but it's in the name. They're Asian, not black. A follow-up question was, do I look like Quavo? Can I have dreads? And in reality, the person asking me this was a white boy. And he was asking me where I got my hair done, my extensions, my box braids, and asking why, if he could get it done too. I told him no, because this is part of my culture, not yours. He proceeded to ask and question, and I told him no. I had to leave the room in order to compose myself, because my blood pressure started dropping, and I know this because when stuff like this happens, my fingers turn blue.
Okay, so when I hear hate speech, which walking down the hall is kind of often, like every few days, I'd say, it just takes me more than one class to recover. It takes me the whole day, usually. I mean, depending on how bad it was and how close the victim was to me, if they were my friend or not, it can take me like the whole week. And if I see a microaggression, which has happened to many of my friends, it can take me way longer.
Hate speech coming from a student takes me a long time to get over, but hate speech coming from a teacher I have a class in, coming from a teacher I have to see every single day, it is impossible to get over. While I still have to go to that class, still have to do my work, still have to maintain my grades, it is impossible to do that when I feel unsafe in that classroom.
Hate speech, microaggressions in general take me an infinitely long time to recover from, but if I hear a slur in the hallway or a microaggression is directed at me, I start thinking about that word or phrase in my head, and it's just spiraling and spiraling, and I can't stop thinking about it. It takes me like 15-20 minutes at least to get into a learning mindset, and if it like happens on the way to math, then I've missed the lesson, right? And I mean, my grades have started dropping, it's not good, and it needs to stop. There's no policy around these microaggressions, and I don't think people understand how it affects students' mental health and behavior to hear these things and to have to deal with these things every day when you walk into a building.
There is racism in Northampton and in our school.
There's homophobia in Northampton and in our schools.
There is transphobia in Northampton and in our schools.
There's so much more.
And if you choose to ignore it,
you're part of the problem.
Okay, thank you so much to those students for sharing that with us this evening. Let's move now to the folks who have their hands raised. The first person whose hand is raised is, it says, Roe Clark's, the fourth's iPad. Roe Clark, sorry about that. And I'll ask you to unmute.
Yes, I'm one of the crossing guards at Northampton High School, and the conditions there are horrendous and very dangerous. Although I enjoy the job and try to be professional and dedicated, it is difficult when you have to worry about possibly being hit or have a student being hit. There is constant speeding. The drivers have gone around the crossing guards or students in the crosswalks. They failed to stop at the posted stop sign at the corner of Elm and North Elm Streets, treating it as a yield sign instead. In this scenario, they have very nearly hit me and students or faculty crossing that crosswalk. They also blocked the crosswalks, which is against Massachusetts state law, causing students and other pedestrians to go into the street, thereby endangering them even more. Students are continually being led out in the middle of traffic, thus blocking normal traffic lanes and increasing the congestion in the area, which is also against Massachusetts state law. Removing the parking spaces on the Child's Park side of North Elm Street has opened up the road to speeders, and since the beginning of the school year, I have reported an average of 6 vehicles a week with drivers who do stupid things that break the law and put students, staff, other pedestrians, and the crossing guards in danger. I put it to you, the school council, what are you going to do about this situation before another person gets hurt or someone gets killed? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next person whose hand is raised is Ruby Ferrari. You're all set, Ruby. The floor is yours.
Okay. Tonight, the only thing that I really have to say is that this policy is a necessity. School is somewhere that we have to go every day, and it's a place where everyone, no matter their race, gender, sexual identity, physical ability, or religion, should feel safe and welcome. It shouldn't be a place where anyone should ever dread going because of students or teachers who are uneducated on what is wrong or right, and make them feel unsafe in a place that you simply shouldn't. This is now, and it's what we need in the future, and we needed it for a long time, and it's necessary. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ruby. The next person who has their hand raised to speak is Amelia Durbin. Amelia, you can go ahead and unmute.
All right, hello everyone. My name is Amelia Durbin. I am in 8th grade at JFK. Going to school every morning has become one of the hardest things for me. I know that every day when I walk into school, I'm going to have to deal with microaggressions and people who just don't like me or respect me for who I am. It is exhausting. School needs to be a place where you can learn, a place where you can grow and become who you aspire to be, not a place where you constantly feel shut down or cast away, not a place where you fall behind because of a word or a phrase that's thrown at you, not a place where I'm afraid to go to class or walk through the hallways. I'm constantly missing lessons because I just can't focus on the learning around me because of kids or even adults who are hammering microaggressions onto me. It's disrupting me, it's disrupting my friends, my classmates, it's disrupting teachers' environments as well. I'm having to deal with things that other people are causing, and those people aren't getting in trouble for it. This needs to stop. I don't know how many times we need to say it. We need to be able to learn in an environment where we're supposed to feel where we're supposed to feel safe, and safe isn't always a feeling that's there for me. There needs to be a policy for these people so they can learn and grow into people who respect everyone's differences. We need something stronger than whatever we have in place now, something that can make a safe space for minorities. No one deserves to be brought down over things we can't control or change, even if we wanted to. We need something, and we need something now. You all, school committee, have the chance to create this positive school environment. So just please take that chance. Thank you.
Thank you, Amelia. The next person whose hand is raised is Soph Johnson. You can go ahead and unmute. I'm trying to.
Hi, my name is Soph Johnson, and I'm an 8th grader at JFK Middle School. I'm also an out transgender student. People seem to have a hard time wrapping their heads around me and my identity. This results in disrespect and hate. When I hear hate speech directed at me and my peers, I can't learn, I can't think, I can't do anything. I'm just a figure existing, trying to cope with everything that's going on around me in a space that is supposed to be safe. Me and my peers' message has been pretty clear. Hate speech doesn't belong in schools. The anti-bias and hate speech policy, if passed, can help to have a process to deal with hate speech and make it more infrequent in schools. This policy is what we need. What do we have to do to prove to you that this policy matters to be, needs to be passed more than it matters that if it holds up in court? We have tried and tried to show you all how desperate we are for protection. You have heard firsthand stories and videos of how hate speech affects students in our schools, in your schools. It affects our learning, our education, our mental health, our lives. Hate speech is slowly deteriorating minority students, and it isn't okay. Me and some of my peers are in a place where we don't feel safe coming to school anymore. We feel unsafe going to class and walking through the hallways. It's up to you to give us the safe and comfortable environment we need to learn. A lot is at stake with this decision. We are hurting. We are suffering. You have the power to change that with your vote tonight. This policy will protect us, and protection is what we need. Thank you.
Thank you, Soph. The next person whose hand is raised is Zara Usman. Zara, you can go ahead and unmute.
Hi, my name is Zara Usman. I'm an 8th grader at JFK. I have always loved school. I love my classmates. I love my teachers. I love the subjects. But I am also a South Asian woman, and for some reason, people have a hard time respecting that. Every day, I'm faced with microaggressions by teachers and students. There's not a day where I don't receive many. Sometimes the disrespect goes beyond microaggressions. I have been targeted because of my race, found multiple derogatory notes on my desk, as have my friends. I hear slurs on a daily basis, and much more. All this hate has made my mental health deteriorate. My grades have slipped. I'm afraid to go to class. School has become a place I no longer love. It's not even a place I like. It's a place I dread. I know I'm not the only one. Teachers and students alike are facing these issues. Policies need to be put in place to protect us against microaggressions, hate speech, bias, and more. There needs to be prevention. I have witnessed so much ignorance around minorities at JFK, and a lot of this could be solved through education and restorative practices. So, as a woman of color and a Northampton Public Schools student, I urge you to pass the policy Protections Against Discriminatory Bias to protect our minority students and staff. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Zara. The next person whose hand is raised is Maritha Wallace. Maritha?
Hi, my name is Maritha Wallace. I am an ESP at JFK, and I also work in SOCA, Students of Color and Allies. And before I say anything else, I am extremely proud of the students who have spoken tonight. I'm very, very proud. I don't have much to say. I've been here for 6 years. And I would like to have a policy in place that actually spells out procedure. What is a definition of words, of terminology, so that everyone is on the same page. And to have that policy where there are direct action points where we can do. Step 1, you contact this person, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That way, no one has to guess. No one has to guess what hate speech is, and no one has to guess when those things come up in the schools, in the hallways. Myself and some of the my colleagues are actually working on putting out what does it look like when you hear a microaggression? What do you do? Because we have to define this so that we're all looking at the same issue in sort of the same kind of way without all the questions. And so looking at this and being a gay person of color, I need continuity. I need a very clear plan with no guesswork so that I can help my students, many of whom don't feel safe, to understand that if this happens, here is what is in place to keep you safe. You are important, and we are going to validate those feelings no matter how hard it is. Validation for these students is key, and a policy that spells everything out. Thank you so much and have a good night.
Thank you very much. The next person whose hand is raised is Elijah Bakal. You can go ahead and unmute. Oh, try it one more time.
Yeah, great, thanks. Hello, my name is Elijah McCall, and I serve as the co-chair of the Northampton Youth Commission, but I'm speaking to you today as a resident of Northampton, a young person, and a Northampton Public Schools student. When I heard that the school committee was considering reversing their original decision to purchase an electric van for Northampton Public Schools and instead purchase a new gas-powered vehicle, I was incredibly disappointed. This purchase, the purchase of an electric vehicle would be a great way to both decrease the footprint of our schools and for this body and our whole city to make a significant symbolic commitment to working towards a more sustainable future. It is of paramount importance to me that for every decision you make as a body and that we make as a city across the board, climate and sustainability are put front and center, and climate change is treated as the crisis that it is. I'm extremely heartened by the progress that Northampton and Northampton Public Schools in particular have made on these issues of climate and sustainability over the past few years. So I'm speaking here today to encourage the school committee not to reverse the progress that that this city has made and that you have helped to contribute to, and to keep me moving forward towards a greener future. Today, I encourage the school committee not to vote in favor of purchasing another fossil fuel powered vehicle for Northampton Public Schools, which would only be reinvesting in more carbon emissions, more adverse health effects for students, and more of our city's reliance on the dying fossil fuel industry. Instead, this body should opt to keep our original plan of purchasing our first ever electric van for Northampton Public Schools. Let's choose to invest in the future of our city, our students, and the environment, and move forward, not backward. Thank you.
Thank you, Elijah. The next person whose hand is raised is Adrian Wallace.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. My name is Adrienne Wallace. I'm a Northampton resident. I just wanted to first thank you so much to the courageous young people who actually have to be in the position of putting their stories, their pain on display for adults to correctly respond to that. So you are brave, you are powerful, and I have endless respect for you. Thank you for showing up today. You know, many people have spoken to you with respect, and while that's to be commended, I think that you need to be challenged as a committee because children have come to you and said that they are hurting and in pain. And they have said that to you before, and you have not adequately solved the problem. That's not acceptable. I urge you to look inward and to think about the reasons why. If you don't have a good reason why, besides it was logistically difficult or challenging, then I urge you to resign and leave the position open for someone who can act with a little bit more courage and a little bit more conviction to protect children in their schools. That's not a job for you. I understand that it's a difficult job and it isn't for everybody. If you can't do it, please leave space for somebody who can. Secondly, I've submitted a private school application just because the school committee has been unable to create safe places for Black children, specifically for children of color and for queer children overall. That application is sure to be denied on some technicality this evening, I'm sure. And if you're going to deny opportunities for schools rooted in Black and queer culture to operate in Northampton and refuse to respond to children in pain, then you've given them only one chance, which is to either leave the district or to suffer every day in school. That is your responsibility as the adults who have, of your own volition, chosen to be in the role that you're in today. Right? It is you who send children to school to be in pain. It is you who send Black children. It is you who send brown children. It is you who send queer children. Again, I urge you, if you cannot do better, then please submit your resignation today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker with a hand raised is Lila Niels Duffy. Lila?
Hi, my name is Lila Niels Duffy and I live on Prospect Street in Ward 1. First, I just want to say that I'm super impressed with all of the JFK students that have spoken tonight. Keep it up, you guys, you're doing a great job. So I'm also here tonight as a representative from the NHS Student Union, but right now I'm just speaking as a resident of Northampton and as a student at Northampton High School. Today we'll be voting on whether or not to resubmit a capital request to ask for a gas-powered van instead of an electric one. I'm aware that there have been some logistical difficulties around purchasing an electric van, but I want to strongly encourage you not to move ahead with a request for a gas-powered van instead. This is a great opportunity to stress the importance of sustainability over convenience, both in my school and in our town. While it may be more difficult now, this is exactly the kind of thing that we have to act on in order to pave the way for a greener future. Purchasing a gas-powered van would be an unnecessary step back in the sustainability of our district, and I urge you to consider this when voting tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lila. The next person whose hand is raised is Kai Imperial Jewett. Kai, you can unmute.
Hello, my name is Kai Imperial Jewett, and I am an 8th grader at JFK Middle School. My friends have spoken so eloquently today about their experiences in school and how it's been so hard for them that they don't even want to come to school anymore. And I just want to reiterate everything that they've said and the importance of passing the anti-hate and anti-bias policy, because we've seen their pain for so long. We've heard them asking for a safe place to learn. And we cannot keep putting this policy on the table and leaving it off and just not making anything happen, because the damage has been done and it will continue to be done. And we will continue to suffer until you decide to actually do something about it. So thank you. And
Thank you very much, Kai. The next person whose hand is raised is Joe Brooks Kahn. Joe?
Hi, everyone. Good evening. I'm a senior at Northampton High School, and I'm here to speak a little more about not investing in a diesel-powered transport van for Northampton Public Schools. Along with Lila and Elijah, I just think that, you know, as they brought up, it would definitely be a step backwards to start investing right now in fossil fuel powered infrastructure such as this diesel powered van. And I think it would be a really encouraging step for Northampton to start investing in electric powered vehicles and, you know, grow our electric infrastructure, especially as we try to have, you know, zero municipal carbon emissions in the next 10 years, I think is the goal. So I would also strongly encourage the school committee to not vote in favor of purchasing a diesel powered van. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. The next hand raised is Rohan Singh. Rohan, you want to go ahead and unmute? And hopefully I haven't mangled your first name too bad.
No, we're all good. As a resident and student in Northampton, I am also in full support of the city of Northampton to purchase an electric van for school transportation rather than one powered by fossil fuels. The Tesla Model S does 0 to 60 in 2.1 seconds, and it is imperative that people transition to vehicles powered by sustainable energy, and for this city to set a precedent by using electric government-owned vehicles. This would be a big step in allowing such vehicles to become the norm for the population at large, and I believe that is the ultimate goal in terms of our united fight against climate change. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So those are all the hands that are raised for public comment. I don't know if there's any others. I don't see any others. I don't see any phone folks calling in by phone. So thank you to everyone for offering public comment this evening. Actually, there is just one other quick public comment. I received, let me just find this here. Somebody asked me if we could read this into the record as part of public comment. I believe this is coming from school committee member-elect Michael Stein from Ward 4, and he had a brief statement. He said that he would be unable to be there for the public comment, but was hoping that the following could be read on his behalf. And the statement is on behalf of the newly elected incoming members of the school committee. We would like to thank the outgoing members for their service and dedication to the district during an extraordinary and demanding time. We wish you well and look forward to serving the district. So that's from, I believe, my new school committee representative in Ward 4, Michael Stein, and thank you collectively to everyone for that statement. So that will conclude our public comment session. And so we will now move into the announcements section of school committee. And if folks, oh, Member Levy, you have your hand raised. I will turn to Member Levy for an announcement. Member Levy.
Thanks so much. Michael Stein just stole my thunder, but and while I feel strongly that we shouldn't repeat things in school committee meetings that have already been said, I do feel in this instance it's worth repeating. I also just want to share my incredible gratitude to all of the members of the school committee who aren't going to be with us in the next term, especially to those who have served for more than one term. You really helped guide us, helped give us a sense of this process of thinking critically and pushing, and also disagreeing with respect. I learned from each and every one of you, and am very much in awe of your dedication. So very much want to thank you for your service.
Thank you, Member Levy. Are there other announcements that people would like to make this evening? Okay, thank you. And let's move on now. Oh, I'm sorry, Member Gold and Member Fallon. Hands went up quick. Sorry, Member Gold. Sorry about that.
Yeah, on a different note, I wanted to share that the Bridge Street School just completed the installation. It was something that the school committee had to approve of a school community sign. And so just wanted to encourage folks to go out and check it out. Here's if you go to Lampron Park outside Bridge Street School, this is actually taken today. The sign's over there, and there's a lot of great information from principal weeklies and lunch menus. Kids are gathering around it. What was approved was this sign over on the right that says Bridge Street School with the letterboard, but then also this beautiful double-sided sign. And so congratulations to Ward 3 Neighborhood Association, the Bridge Street School Council, PTO, and the whole Bridge Street School community for making this great new resource happen for the school community.
Thank you, Ronnie. And just was that also, I'm sorry, Member Gold, we're not civilians yet, 25 more days. But is that also the sign that was also in memory of Jerry Budger as well?
I'm so sorry. I thought I led with that. My apologies. Yes, this was the sign that it was fundraised in memory of Jerry Budger, who died in 2019. Thank you, Mayor, for making sure that was the whole point of this, is that yes. And so both of those signs, Jerry was a big sign lover and a big communicator. And so the Ward 3 Neighborhood Association, PTO, and School Council wanted to work together to memorialize him. And that's what the two signs were installed for. Thank you. Yes.
No problem. Just wanted to, I knew you would want to make sure you'd said that. So
sorry about that.
You also lived right across the school from Bridge, right across the street from Bridge Street School. So thank you. Member Fallon.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to thank all the young people in particular who spoke tonight. But I also wanted to bring it to everyone's attention. Senate Bill 365 is currently been referred to the Education Committee, but it's essentially asking that an anti-racism and equity in education trust fund be established and administered by the Commissioner of Elementary and Secondary Education. And the fund would actually be dedicated to developing curriculum materials with a social justice perspective of dismantling racism and advising the department on improving the history and social sciences framework and ensuring that ethnic studies, racial justice, decolonizing history, and unlearning racism is taught at all grade levels using a critical approach and pedagogy that's age appropriate, advising the department on ways to ensure equity in the Massachusetts test for education licensure, and ensuring that teachers and school counselors have access to professional development that fosters equitable, inclusive curriculum and pedagogy and practices that support racial justice. And so as I stepped down and I've been the legislative liaison, and I've gotten, last night we had our last meeting, well, my last meeting on the MASC board. I've been advocating for these things at the State House, and I do hope that someone steps up and works on these issues at the state level. Our students are so great at advocating at the district level, and I think it's so important that that we're working to make these changes in those districts that aren't necessarily as well resourced or able to do some of the things that we are able to do in Northampton. And so I just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention and hope that you'll join me in supporting that bill, because I think that it really would be important to get that funded and to make that happen, to support what we're trying to do statewide and in our district. And it really aligns with the policy that we're trying to pass tonight.
Thank you, Member Fallon. Any other announcements from members of the school committee? Okay, thank you very much. The next item on our agenda are recommended actions for the school committee, or what we also call our consent agenda. And there are three primary items on that tonight: the school committee meeting minutes of August 12th, 2021. There is the acceptance of donations, and this is from the College Board that will be for Northampton High School in the amount of $1,567. And then there's a budget transfer for the to Bridge Street Elementary, $13,453 for special education contracted services. So I would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Motion to
So
approve
moved.
the consent agenda.
Okay, Member Gold and Member Levy both were there to make the motion, so I'll divide that as a first and a second, and Member Busanski, you get the third. So there's no discussion on the consent agenda, so I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
Member Fallon,
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Condon,
Yes.
Member Levy,
Yes.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
Member Kaufman,
Yes.
Member Voss,
Yes.
Member Gold,
Yes.
Mayor Narkewicz,
Yes.
and Member Busanski.
Yes.
The vote is 10 in favor.
Okay, thank you very much. So the consent agenda is approved. The next item on the agenda are our reports and recommendations under item 5. And we have a report from Rules and Policy Committee, Member Fallon, and then I believe there are second readings and votes on 2 policies before us this evening. So I'll turn it over to Member Fallon.
Thanks. So the first policy that we'll be addressing is policy EBAD. As you said, it's a second reading. It's pesticide application on school property. I'm just going to go over parts B and C. The first section, section A, is just definitions. So essentially part B is organic pest management, and it states that except as provided in subsection C, over a period of 3 years from the date of adoption of this policy, the grounds, playing fields, and playgrounds under the jurisdiction of the Northampton Public School District will be transitioned to an organic pest management system. 3 years from the date of adoption of this section, the use of pesticides on grounds, playing fields, and playgrounds will, under the jurisdiction of the Northampton Public School District, will be prohibited. And then exception will be the prohibition shall not apply in the presence of insects that may pose an immediate threat to users of the facilities described in this section. And the superintendent shall have the authority to approve the immediate isolated. Oh, and I just lost it, sorry. The immediate isolated spot application of a pesticide to eliminate the threat in emergency situations is defined in this section. The superintendent shall have the authority to approve a one-time broadcast application of pesticides. In the event of an emergency one-time broadcast application of pesticides, notification of families and employees will be made in accordance with Mass General Law. And we have included the links for those legal references. So I would move to approve the policy as presented.
Second.
Are there any, Member Voss, you have your hand up, Member Voss?
Thanks. And thank you to the policy subcommittee, rules and subcommittee who put this together. I was part of the group on the budget and property subcommittee that discussed this, and we invited some guests to the school committee meeting, you might recall, and I sent this to one of the guests, Adele Frank, because she's an expert in this area, just to ask for feedback. And she made one suggestion that I want to see if we could have a friendly amendment to add, and or you can tell me that it's included in here possibly under this notification with Mass General Law. But what Adele suggested we add was something to the effect under exceptions, along the lines of this: all exceptions shall be reported to the Northampton Health Department, including dates, reason for exception, and pesticide applied, because that would enable us to understand what's going on in the exceptions case over a period of years. So I don't know if that's, I don't know, Member Fallon, if you all talked about that, or if how that sounds to you.
Member Fallon.
Sorry, I was muted. I am going through. You wanted.
I can
report it to the health department, the name, date, and application. Is that correct?
Yeah. The date, the reason. For
Yeah,
the
that's included. So it's
pesticide applied.
Yeah, so that's in the Mass General Law, section 12, it looks like. Sorry, I wish you'd given this to me in advance. It looks like that's section 12 of the Mass General Law. That's why we included the link, was because we figured that would be kept more up to date. If the superintendent or the mayor want to help me out with this, but it says that
I think I have a different suggestion than maybe that just says notification of families, employees, and the Department of Health will be made. And that would, I think that would make it work.
okay, yeah, that's what we had just linked it to that, because I think that's part of the law, is that you have to develop protocols for the exchange of information with the Department of Public Health or other state agencies for the purposes of conducting research related to the public health and the environment. It's like, it's got a whole section of, it's letter D, section 12, chapter 132B, after section 7. Anyway, so if you want to make an amendment, that's fine. But the reason why we had initially just put the link was because it was all of the specifics were included in Mass General Law, and it seemed like a lot of information. So go ahead and make the amendment if that.
Okay, I'll make a friendly, thank you for that. I really didn't get to this until about an hour ago, so I apologize. But my amendment would be just at the end of section C. Right now it says notification of families and employees will be made in accordance with MGL, Mass General Law. My amendment would be to say notification of families, employees, and the Northampton Health Department will be made in accordance with Mass General Law.
As a friendly amendment, I'm fine with that.
Okay. I don't believe there's actually been a motion to approve it, but you can just be when.
Yeah, I had made a motion and Member Levy had seconded it.
Okay, great. So that friendly amendment is accepted. So Member Busansky, you have your hand raised.
Thanks. I had a little bit of a different question, but just on this point, I don't think that the local Department of Health is covered in that Mass General Law. So Member Voss, if that was your intention, which I support, I don't think it's gonna, this friendly amendment is gonna cover it. It would have to be a separate item. Right now, I think it might be kept under MDR, but we do have to report what pesticides we use. Every school district does, and there's a database of it, but that's very different, I think, than what you're describing. Member Voss, is you want someone keeping track of, well, you want the Northampton Department of Health, if I'm understanding correctly, or this was Adele Frank's suggestion, to keep track of what emergency use of pesticides. And I think that's just one simple separate sentence that just says that the Northampton Department of Health will be notified. when a pesticide is used. Is that right, Member Voss? I just.
That is correct. Thank you. So either you or I can make another friendly amendment.
Well, I guess that I'll make that as the friendly amendment. Member Fallon, does that make sense to you?
Yeah, and so you did read through and you're sure that it's not covered?
I'm not 100% sure, but I do not believe it's covered. But I am not 100. This is just my memory from our budget and property subcommittee meetings and all the deep dive I did into these, the database that's kept. But families and possibly staff have to be notified when used, but not the local Department of Health. I don't believe there's anything to that effect, but yeah. I could be wrong. I mean, I
would prefer if the superintendent would weigh in on this, seeing as how I'm leaving and I know nothing about pesticides or what our reporting process is. And it was the rules and policy. We wrote the policy, but it was really budget and property that was so much more involved in this. So I totally defer to you guys on that portion of it.
Just looking at the section 6H that you were referring to, I believe. Is that correct, Member Fallon?
Yeah, I was in the Mass General laws, yeah.
So that starts with, if a school official or operator of a day center or a child age care program determines that a human health emergency warrants the use of a pesticide not otherwise allowed under the chapter, or warrants its use sooner than 2 days after providing the standard written notice, such official or operator may apply for a single-use waiver from the appropriate municipal board of health. So to me, this is a notification to the Board of Health that's required when you're using a pesticide that's not otherwise allowed under Mass General Law. The pesticides we're talking about banning in Northampton are all allowed under Mass General Law. So if you want to have a notification to the health department, for example, for using crabgrass pre-emergent killer, then I think you would need a separate sentence. It goes beyond the law, essentially.
Yeah, that's a good point, Superintendent. And if if the law that's pending is passed in the next, I think it might take another year and a half, then it might get covered, but we don't know if that law banning all pesticide use on school grounds will get passed. So the way it stands now, I agree, it goes beyond the law.
Okay, so what was the sentence that you want to add?
I have one written if you want me to say it again.
Yeah, please go ahead.
So this would be, just to be clear, under the exceptions clause. It says, the sentence would say, it would just be at the end of that. You can leave everything you have, and it would just read, all exceptions shall be reported to the Northampton Health Department, comma, including dates, reason for exception, and pesticide applied.
And Superintendent, that's absolutely fine with you? I mean, I don't have
a problem with it. I communicate with the Board of Health on a daily basis since the outbreak of COVID. It seems like
okay. All right. Are there any more amendments? Yes, so that's fine. Okay, so we've got those two friendly amendments, and then otherwise we're voting on the policy as written.
And Member Voss, can you email that sentence to our clerk?
Thank you, but I'm in the document right now and I've already included it.
Great.
I think maybe the second friendly amendment supersedes the first one. We could leave the first one, I suppose.
Member Fallon, do you?
So you're saying that we only need that second amendment then?
Correct.
Okay.
So to be clear for Annie, where we added the Northampton Health Department in the phrase of, I'm looking for it, sorry. Notification of families and employees, that can stay as is. We don't need to add health department there. Does that make sense, Annie?
That makes sense. If you go into the document in Google, you take a look and make sure I've got it right.
Okay, I think we're set then.
Okay, so if there's no further discussion or amendments, I will ask the clerk to call the roll on the approval of this policy.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Member Condon.
Yes.
Member Levy.
Yes.
Member Kaufman.
Yes.
Member Goldman.
Yes.
Member Voss.
Yes.
Member Gold.
Yes.
Mayor Narkewicz.
Yes.
Member Busansky.
Yes.
And Member Fallon.
Yes.
The vote is 10 in favor.
Okay, so that is adopted.
Thanks.
I'll have you continue with the next policy.
Yeah, I hope that she was expecting to be introducing it. I was going to ask Member Levy to introduce policy ACF, protections from discriminatory bias, because she had been working on it with Attorney Taylor, but if that's not the case, then that's okay. Member Levy, were you okay with that?
Okay with that. But I will say that I wasn't expecting to give the same kind of introduction that you gave the last policy, because I sort of gave that introduction when we did our first reading of sort of talking through the different components of it. Member Fallon, do you want me to do that again? Or I'm seeing
No, I think that really we just need to decide which approach we're going to take.
Okay, great, thank you. So I'm prepared to discuss that piece. I hope that you've had the opportunity to read the letter from the ACLU, and I also hope you've had the opportunity to read Attorney Taylor's response and suggestions. I want to really sincerely thank Attorney Taylor, because I find your counsel so incredibly helpful. And I also just want to pause for a moment to thank the students and the educators who spoke during public comment, those who have emailed us and spoken to us in other regards about the necessity of this policy. I also just want to take a second to say that I really hope we pass this policy, and this policy is a starting point, but it's necessary, but not sufficient. There's a lot more that we need to do. When I hear about the experiences of our students, I think about all of the educational opportunities and tools that we could be implementing. And I really hope that we continue the conversation about what those tools look like to shift the culture, specifically in our middle school, but in all of our schools. Okay, sorry, I got off from my notes here. So I'm going to also just editorialize for just a moment here, and I hope that's okay, and share my perspective. I'm not a lawyer. I am an educator. I am trained in restorative practices. I teach and lead workshops on bias and mitigating bias weekly. And I strongly object to the criticism of the ACLU of our proposed policy. I don't think there is a connection between restorative practices and sanctions. I don't think educating students about the impact of their words or actions would be categorized as a sanction. And I also think it's really important for us to think about the many times where education does not necessitate harm. If somebody said to me 2 + 2 is 5, I would say to them, actually, let me teach you why that's not correct. And let me teach you why we need to think about this differently. That's the purpose of education. If a student says your skin is dirty because it's dark, or your skin is dark because it's dirty, regardless of the impact on that particular student, things may roll off certain students more than others. I would still want to educate that student about why somebody's skin is darker than another person's, as well as the impact of making comments like that. I think that's the purpose of education. And so I'm going to suggest that we move forward with Attorney Taylor's suggested changes to the policy, not because I think we need them, but because I think it is important for this document to be as legally sound as possible, because of the reason that she cited, that there are a lot of people out there who are very well funded who are just waiting to challenge these kinds of policies in court. I stand by what I just said, that I, as not a lawyer, I think this policy would stand up in court. Yet I do think that her suggestions strengthen them, or strengthen the policy. I don't love taking the word hate out, but I can live with it. And I think the other changes are helpful in just continuing to clarify the purpose of this policy. So I'm going to stop there, and I'm happy if folks do have questions about the policy to go through it a little bit in more detail. But I hope you've read it. I hope you've read the different versions, and curious to hear other people's thoughts and questions.
Can I just ask a quick question, Member Levy? So would you be? I know that Attorney Taylor had in attached to her memo was a marked up version that had sort of her suggestions. And so would you be? What would you be moving? Would you be moving it with those suggestions, or just?
Yes. Yeah. So my motion is that we adopt this policy with her edits.
With Attorney Taylor's recommended. Okay.
Yes.
So that would be attached to the memo that she sent out, her analysis of the ACLU's letter. Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Member Seraphy Cox.
I was going to make that very same motion, but I don't know if there's a second from anyone else.
Please make the second.
Sure.
It's acceptable. Excellent. Thank you. And did you have any comments or just wanted a second?
I mean, just echoing deep respect and gratitude for everyone who shared their story tonight. And I said this last month, and I'll say it again. It's not easy to share your stories of pain, and especially in such a public place. So I really want to honor everyone who has shared their stories, and also honor everyone who didn't feel comfortable coming forward to share their stories. But I know that there are more stories out there.
Thank you. Member Fallon.
Thanks. So I guess in reading through the policy and the recommendations, I would agree with Member Levy that I like Attorney Taylor's changes as far as absolutely the recommendations under Section 4 for findings of bias incidents. But I think I prefer the ACLU's recommendations for the rest of the policy. And I think the reason being, I want this policy to be as defensible as possible. And I think that the policy itself, I think that the policy is only as good as the enforcement of it and the culture in our schools. And I think it's important to have a policy, but I think more important is that we really re-examine the culture in our schools and the education that's going on, and put money into professional development and curriculum and counseling and support systems and involve the community. It's absolutely horrifying what the experiences that our students are having. And so the thought that we might have to waste money on defending something in court when that money could be going towards improving the experiences of our students and supporting them and getting quality professional development and programming into the schools and making an immediate difference, to me seems, I don't know. I feel like I want to make sure that we have the most legally defensible policy possible. And so I would not support I would prefer that we go with the ACLU's recommendations, with the exception of that very last one around section 4, because I do agree with what Member Levy said around the education component of it, or the discipline portion of it, and restorative practices. So that's where I stand on it. I really don't want to end up wasting money and time and resources on court that could be going towards making our students' environment so much healthier.
Okay, Member Kaufman, and I do believe Attorney Taylor joined the call. So at some point, if there is a question about her recommendations vis-a-vis the ACLU's recommendations, we can certainly hear from her as well. But Member Kaufman has.
Sure. Thank you. First, I just want to thank members of the policy group that's been working on this. I know it's been an incredible amount of work, and I know that the back and forth have probably been, well, they've existed. I won't put any quality on there, but I do think it's gotten better as a result. I think that thinking behind it's gotten a little bit deeper. I think the hearing more from students, hearing more about how this is going to be educationally sound. I don't actually recall all the steps that have changed, but hopefully in the end, it's turned out to be stronger than before. I did have a specific question which came out of Attorney Taylor's letter, and that basically has to do with funding. And she does raise the point that there is a chance, and probably a decent chance, that there would be some pushback, which might result in attorney's fees and other costs. And I don't know much about that, to be honest with you. So maybe my question is more towards Superintendent Provost and Mayor Narkewicz. But given the sounds like fact that a neighboring district is going through something similar, and a decision that sounds related will be reached soon, if that's fact, then would you support the idea of us potentially passing this and potentially being sued at the cost that it might result in to the city and to the school district? Or would you have some reservations around that? And again, I would pose that question to Superintendent Provost, because I know how strongly you feel about this. I think I know how strongly you feel about it, but I also know in terms of just costs and fees to the both of you, that's got to be a major decision point in your thinking. And I think you can help me make a decision with your response, if you don't mind.
I would support it, even given the potential for litigation. I think the argument that will be difficult for an opponent to this policy to overcome is why the school district can't exercise its own free speech in response to someone else's free speech, because that's essentially what this comes down to. As Member Levy said, if a student makes a mistake, it has always been thought that educators have not only the right, but the duty to try to correct it. And I think that's what our policy comes down to. I will say that Attorney Taylor and I were discussing the other litigation earlier today. So if you want an update on where that stands, she is here tonight and can give you a sense of where that seems to be headed, although it's a different policy than ours for sure.
Well, can I just ask you more directly, though, if it's true, and I don't know, if it's true that the other districts' concern will be addressed through the court system, then what is the advantage in your mind for Northampton to pursue this simultaneously if it could involve extreme costs?
The advantage is providing a sense of protection for the students who we heard at the beginning of this meeting.
You know, that I certainly get. Thank you. No, I mean, if the court system approves the policy in another district that allows us to do this without having to potentially go to court, then what would be the advantage in doing and pursuing this now rather than waiting if we can get the same outcome that some of us want, at least, that would vote yes, but wouldn't have to take on the added costs that might be associated with passing it now? Does that make sense?
That's really a technical question that I think we'd have to hear from Layla on, because I'm not sure that an outcome in that case would necessarily shield the district from a lawsuit with this policy, because it's not an identical policy. But certainly she's more able to respond to that question than I can.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've unmuted Attorney Taylor. So Attorney Taylor, go ahead.
I saw that. Yeah, it's not an identical policy, although I would say that I think the purpose of the policy is very similar. So if that case is decided and the policy in that community gets the blessing of the U.S. District Court of Massachusetts, so it's the same jurisdiction that we're in, right? While it wouldn't necessarily be a case about this policy you're talking about and passing today, potentially, it would give guidance around the scope. It is likely to provide guidance around the scope of what is permissible or not, right? And so if there were issues potentially with the policy that you have as drafted, the same principles, right? The idea of what constitutes the chilling effect on student speech, or, you know, what kinds of student speech could be limited because they impair the rights of others, that the contour around those issues, where the courts are still sort of working that out. If that particular case provides some contours on those issues, it might provide the impetus for this district to say, you know what, we have this draft policy, but we know this policy got the court's blessing. Maybe we want to take a look at this, right? That's one possibility. The other possibility is if the court creates some limitations and announces some limitations, it would allow you to take a look at this policy that you're considering and say, have we already dealt with those? Or do we still need to make further changes or modifications? Or do we go overboard, for lack of a better word, in trying to address them now, and we may have more room within the confines of the policy. So there are a couple of things that could happen depending on that case. But the other thing I would say is that, you know, when we say that there's a case on the horizon, there's this issue that's out there and there's a case currently being litigated, it doesn't mean a decision might come down in a month or two, right? You could be talking a year before the court makes a decision at the local level. And then there's the possibility for appeals. So, you know, there's that context as well. So
Okay.
I think it's important for you to have that framework.
That's very, very helpful. Thank you. That's all.
Attorney Taylor, while you're still unmuted, I think, well, first of all, we're referring to the town of Wellesley, just for people that are
Correct.
watching and just don't know what town we're
Correct.
talking about. So they've been sued in federal district court by, it sounds like, some kind of national organization that likes to go around suing people, trying to protect people from anti-bias. So that's moving its way through the court. Do you want to just quickly, would it be possible to just sort of just give us a quick nutshell about the key distinctions between the ACLU recommended changes in yours? If you could sum them up, and just again more for the public that's watching this. Okay.
I think it's very, I think I can do it in a simple enough way. So much of the language around the definition of a bias incident and the preamble language that the ACLU recommended that would speak to the purpose of the policy, also intending to protect the free speech rights of students. They did two things when they made some recommendations. They pulled a little bit more directly from Tinker, which is a seminal case in its prodigy, the language around a substantial disruption in the school environment, which would be one basis for having some limitations on student speech. The other thing that they did was pulled language from a case that at the First Circuit, which again is part of our jurisdiction, that was just decided on November 19th, 2021. So it just came down, it was just issued actually after Rules and Policy had sent it to the school committee and you looked at the first draft. And so the second part of that definition was pulled directly from that new case that the ACLU is recommending. And it says, and I'll read it here, give me 1 second. It says, that essentially you can put some limitations on student speech if it invades the rights of others. Well, no, I'm looking at the wrong one. Invades the rights of another individual. But what they say is constitutes a serious or severe bullying or harassment that targets and invades the rights of another individual, is protected and will not give rise to sanction or discipline. Now, the Doe case, it was Doe versus the Hopkinton Public Schools. In that particular case, there were two students who were involved in a school bullying situation, and the two students had ultimately been disciplined for some social media posts they made about another student. They sued, saying that their free speech rights were infringed because what they did involved an emotional harm. And they said that the emotional harm prong of what their claim was, that emotional harm prong in the Massachusetts anti-bullying statute was overly broad, and under the school policy was overly broad. The court rejected that. And they said that in this particular case, there was severe bullying and harassment. It did constitute an infringement on the student who was being bullied and harassed rights. And so the free speech could be disciplined for it. It wasn't a free speech. So what the ACLU did is they picked that standard that was very tailored to that case. What my opinion is that standard that they're asking you to adopt was very specific to that case and to the set of facts in that case. I think the standard is still, whether there's been a substantial or material disruption, right? Or it invades the rights of others. The legal issue that the courts are still trying to sort out is what are the contours of that invasion of the right of privacy of others. It certainly includes situations like Doe, right, that were raised in Doe, which is why I suggested having a clause that says such as bullying and harassment, but it can also encompass other things. I would say a Title IX violation, right? A Title IV violation, any of the state equal protection law violations, those would certainly be valid reasons. And other types of emotional harm arguably can, and there's dicta in other cases that suggest it. So that is why I made that recommendation. And that is really, for the most part, the big substantive changes that the ACLU had recommended in a number of places. The other recommendation that they had made was actually the last recommendation, which was when we talk about what happens if there was a finding of a bias incident. And they wanted a couple of changes there. The first was that, if you remember, the first draft of this policy that you saw a month or two ago had indicated that if there was a student who was found responsible for a bias incident, that the district might require, would institute some kind of educational component or counseling. The ACLU found that term counseling to be a little bit ambiguous, and they thought it appeared to be potentially a sanction, right? So that's what they talked about in their memo. So the alternative, and I'll read it because I think it's a little bit, it's easier to read it and understand it. The alternative that I had suggested was school administrators, if there's a finding of responsibility, right, for a bias incident, will meet with the student or students found responsible for a bias incident and provide an appropriate educational intervention designed to increase the student's understanding of the impact of their actions and conduct on others. While students will not be compelled to explain the reasons or the rationale or purpose for their speech, which is one of the issues that the ACLU raised, engaging in restorative practices will be one of the possible options for intervention for all involved, if all involved parties agree and are open to participating. So I went back and I looked at the language and tried to make it much more clear that what the school committee was looking for in these instances is for the administration who makes a finding of a bias incident to act with intention and make it an educational moment. That was really, because I think that's what the school committee was charging the subcommittee to do when they were drafted the policy. So that was where that recommendation came from. And I think that really globally is what these changes are.
Thank you, Leila. And then I guess to my colleague, Member Kaufman's just general question, obviously one of your roles as counsel to the school committee is to basically make sure we stay out of legal trouble. And do you feel comfortable that these changes, the ones that you're recommending to this, are appropriate and legally defensible for the district?
I think they're legally defensible for sure. This is one of the areas, and I think I've said this from the beginning as we pursued this. This is one of the areas in social justice right now where there are districts all over the country that are trying to make really sound changes to help their student bodies and create more equitable schools. And there are challenges to that because there's also a very strong movement, right, to try to push back against that social justice movement. So constitutional law, there's a lot of space for arguments and counter arguments, and the temperature of the courts change. And I think we see that right now at our own Supreme Court in the United States. So yes, this is legally defensible. I would not say or recommend anything that I thought couldn't go into court and be defended. What that ultimately would end up looking like, I can't tell you for sure, because I don't have a crystal ball. And some of the contours of these anti-bias policies are currently being litigated. So, I mean, I think that's the best I can do in terms of letting you know.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you so much, Attorney Taylor. The next hand that's up is Member Busanski. Member Gold had his hand up, but then I think he took it down, but I'm assuming he hopefully was withdrawing his question. Member Busanski?
My question was also asked and answered just on the defensibility. And thank you, Attorney Taylor, for answering it, because I do plan to vote for the changes that Member Levy presented. And I think it's important to vote for it now. Thank you.
Okay. So are there any other questions or amendments or other comments? Member Fallon.
Could I just ask Attorney Taylor, so I guess I'm just wondering, do you think that the ACLU's recommendations are too conservative or more conservative? Like, I'm not sure.
Oh, I think they're more conservative because they pulled language from Doe, right? And the definitions that they pulled, we already know that the courts have said we're on board with these, right? So what I'm saying is that because Doe was limited to that narrow set of facts in that case, by taking the Doe language and incorporating that into your policy, what you are doing is limiting potentially what a bias incident under your policy is, even though what the law may ultimately allow might be to be a bias incident might be broader. It's just the contours of what constitutes an invasion of the rights of another student is not has not been, you know, better defined by the US Supreme Court yet, right? That Doe case was in a First Circuit case. So if you put that definition in, you know that the First Circuit has already said, you know, severe bullying and harassment is a basis for a limitation, is considered an invasion of student rights. But something lesser than that, right, might not be. So that's really what it is. So yeah, I mean, I think the ACLU's language makes it stronger, but it's also potentially narrowing what you can respond to at the school level.
So okay, so you're really like, I just keep struggling with it. Like I want a policy, but I also want a policy that we're not going to get
the other
spending in court. You know what I mean? Like
there's no guarantee. I mean, I can't sit here and tell you there's no guarantee that somebody won't test it and challenge it, right? There might be a situation with a student that results in it being tested in court. There could be something like this parent, this national group who came in and said, you know, we think this has a chilling effect. It's overly broad, and we think it should be enjoined right out of the gate. Those are possibilities. One of the other things that I think is a strength in this policy is, you know, when we talk about free speech, we're talking about of students, right? We're talking about speech that they can't be sanctioned for if they make. And so the other piece of this that does offer another layer of protection is that when we say if there's a bias incident, if there's a response, it's an educational response. It's essentially what John said. You know, we're saying, you know, administrators then need to exercise the free speech rights of the school to talk to the student about that moment. To go to counseling. It's not compelling them to be disciplined unless potentially there's a violation of another policy. So you also have preserved the argument in this policy that even if, right, the speech that's exercised didn't infringe on another's rights or didn't cause a substantial disruption, and you still approached it as a bias incident, that the student isn't suffering a harm that would create a free speech violation. So there are some protections or arguments on a couple of levels if it were challenged.
Okay, Member Gold, you have your hand up next.
Yeah, thanks. Along these lines though, Layla, Attorney Taylor, you did in your letter, I thought you said that, if I understood what you were writing, that if we adopted the ACLUs, that it's like that it will make a serious legal challenge to the policy difficult.
Yeah, I think it would make it more difficult
Right.
because
So I guess which I think is just
Right.
speaking to what Member Fallon is saying,
Yeah.
that the ACLUs, they're both defensible. One of them is more, it sounds like you're saying one of them is more defensible, if not, you know, wouldn't be challenged or would be less likely to be challenged than the other. I just want to make that clarification there.
Right, because and when I say recommendations, I'm saying, you know, I think I was pretty understood what the district's intent was, right, in moving the policy forward. And so if you adopt the ACLU's recommended definitions, it will make it harder to respond to incidents that don't result in severe bullying or harassment of a student, right? So that's, if you adopt their language, yes, a bias incident by its very definition would either have to have caused a disruption in the school, right? Or it will have had to have constituted severe bullying or harassment. And so, yes, it'll make it it'll make it an easier policy because you're adopting that dose standard, and for it to be a bias incident, it has to be this very high threshold, right? So yes, it's more defensible, but if there's a concern that that's not really the objective of the school committee, if they don't want to set that high a threshold, the alternative language that I provided them provides some space for a finding of a violation of a bias incident if on the facts they think there's been some kind of other violation of a student's rights. But that's where the potential test case is.
Okay, Member Levy, your hand is raised.
I think I'm questioning whether I need to say anything after what Attorney Taylor just said, which was much of what I was going to say. I also just want to make a point that adopting the ACLU language doesn't mean that folks aren't still potentially going to challenge this. But I think Attorney Taylor has said all the other things that I was going to say. I just want to, I guess, emphasize the piece about the threshold, how we're defining a bias incident, and what it means for somebody to have to prove serious or severe bullying or harassment. I think that gets really tricky. So I stand by I really appreciate Attorney Taylor's suggestions, because I think they also strike me, given hearing her talk, as legally sound.
Member Fallon.
Yeah, I feel a lot better after hearing Attorney Taylor, so I'm ready to vote if everyone else is.
Do not see any other hands. So, so to review, the motion on the table is to approve the policy with the amended sections recommended by Attorney Taylor. And if there are no further questions, I will have the clerk call the roll.
Member Condon,
Yes.
Member Levy,
Yes.
Member Kaufman,
Yes.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
Member Voss,
Yes.
Member Gold,
Yes.
Mayor Narkewicz,
Yes.
Member Busansky,
Yes.
Member Fallon,
Yes.
and Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
The vote is 10 in favor.
Okay, so the new policy is adopted unanimously by the school committee. And again, echoing the thanks to the Rules and Policy Committee and Member Levy and Attorney Taylor, especially for your work on this. Thank you. So we now, I believe that completes the items for the Rules and Policy Committee. Now I'll turn to Budget and Property and Chair Busansky's final report from the Budget and Property Committee.
So we are in the process of trying to schedule just a very short meeting just to approve Budget and Property Subcommittee meeting minutes. So that there'll be one very short meeting to do that before our term is over. And that's my report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll turn to another final report from the superintendent evaluation and Member Condon. Member Condon.
Thank you, Mayor. Our committee met almost immediately before this meeting to review some revisions that Dr. Provost made to his goals that we will be presenting under new business, I believe. Did it get created as another item or are we voting now? No, it's D. That's what I thought. So I will hold off any talk about that until we get to that item in that vote.
Okay, thank you very much for that report, Member Condon. And now we will turn to the business administrator's report, followed by the personnel report. And I'll turn to Mr. Bernier, which I may have to ask you to unmute. Sorry, I don't think you were a co-host. There you go.
All right, there we go. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Enclosed in your packet were a few items. One was the 22 fiscal year year-to-date budget report. I'm continuing to prepare needed transfers to cover various deficits and whatnot as the year progresses, and sometimes unexpected costs come up. One of those transfers you approved earlier during the consent agenda, which Dr. Provost detailed in the email he sent out earlier today. Of course, monitoring spending of our federal COVID grants as well. ESSER 3 update, I wish I could give you one. I have still not heard from our grants liaison about its approval. However, this afternoon, as I was coming home from a professional development session, I did get an email, a monthly email from the DESE grants department. They send a monthly kind of newsletter out. And in there, they did say that they're in the process of hiring a consultant to basically help review grants with construction proposals in them. So the fact that they're doing that means they're pretty backlogged. Ours, if you remember, did include a construction proposal of outdoor pavilion / learning spaces. So in that proposal, you had to fill out a separate form, which needs to be reviewed by somebody other than the rest of the grant proposal, I believe. So that's why that's taking so long. But certainly as soon as I hear, I will let the committee know the status of the approval. I would not be shocked if it got kicked back and I have to make an edit or two. I've heard that from several colleagues of mine, that's happened to them. But you know, I still, it's up in the air at this point. The FY23 budget development process, the budget season essentially has officially begun. I've been working on salary projections for next year. I'm pretty much done with that, but of course, you're just going off of the current salary steps. The result of the bargaining and the development of a new collective bargaining agreement, of course, right now is in the process of happening. But salary projections are pretty much done. I'm in the process as well of meeting with building principals to go over staff lists and help them get their building-based budgets developed, so I can put this all together to prepare for the alt budget meeting, which will happen right after the holiday break. There were no gifts or donations valued at less than $1,000 this month, so there's nothing there to report. And then in the packet were the 3 warrants that Member Fallon approved during the month of November. So that's my report for this month. If you'd like, I can move right into the personnel report.
Any questions on the financial report? I'm not seeing any hands, so I think you're safe to move into the personnel report.
All right. Not much action this month, as you can see. There were 7 new hires across the district, no transfers, and there were 5 separations. In the demographic data that I do present to you every month, I'm only going to include 4 of those individuals. One of the separations, it wasn't a resignation, it was the assignment ended. It was a long-term sub-assignment, the one that listed 2 months next to it. So it wasn't a resignation or anything, it was just the assignment was over. So I think that would kind of skew the data. We sort of look at resignations when we talk about the demographic data rather than a long-term assignment ending. So that would put us at 50% of folks who resigned in November were male, 50% were female, 75% were white, and 25% or 1 individual was Hispanic. This brings our year-to-date demographic data to 70% of people who resigned were female, 27.5% were male, and 2.5% or 1 individual was non-binary. Racial data would put us here at 85% of people who have resigned so far this year were white, 5% Black, 5% Asian, 2.5% Hispanic, and 2.5% identified as both white and Hispanic. So that's your most recent data on that. I'll end my personnel report with just listing the vacancies we currently have. Although I was out of the office today, there could be HR paperwork waiting for me tomorrow morning to hire somebody here. But currently we have a 1-to-1 registered nurse vacancy at Bridge Street School. We have 2 custodians vacant at Bridge Street School. I'm certain they're in the process of filling those, however, quickly. We have 1 ESP at Bridge Street, 1 ESP at Jackson Street. We have a 0.5 ESP at Leeds, a 0.5 PE teacher at JFK. That position has been vacant since the summer. 1 math interventionist at JFK, 1 special ed teacher at JFK, 1 ESP at JFK, a school psychologist at the high school, a floating custodian, a district-wide position, one bus driver, although we've had a sub in all year, a former employee, so that's essentially filled. It's just somebody who's subbing instead of a permanent employee. One bus monitor and one crossing guard. So that would be the vacancies that we have across the district right now. Does anybody have any questions about the personnel report?
Okay, I don't see any hands. So thank you very much for that. Thank you very much. We'll move on now to the superintendent's report and Dr. Provost.
Thank you very much. Let me start by sharing my screen. Okay, so let me begin by giving everyone a heads up on some upcoming surveys. The NPS Family Engagement Survey is happening right now. We will be re-administering the Ed Trust Survey from February through March, and we'll be administering the Student Gallup Poll for the first time from May 23rd to June 10th. Both the Ed Trust Survey and the Gallup Student Poll are DIP metrics, and you can see from the slide who's involved in each of those surveys. Next, let me explain why the SHAC is not requesting a waiver from the state mask mandate. Indoor masking is currently mandated for all Massachusetts public schools, as you know. However, schools in which 80% or more of individuals are fully vaccinated may apply for a waiver from this requirement. The only school potentially eligible for a waiver request in our district at this time is the high school. However, the city of Northampton has its own indoor mask policy, which would still require individuals to be masked at the high school, even if DESE were to grant an exception from the state rule. I see no reason to ask for a waiver that would have no practical effect because the city's mandate would come in and take the place of the state mandate. Moreover, we're in the middle of a wave of infections. All indications point to increasing virus activity between now and at least the middle of January. The good news is that the combination of vaccines, testing, masking, and other mitigation measures has enabled us to keep schools open, which is the preeminent educational goal at this time. We've also expanded our double swab to all schools. With this in place, we'll now turn our attention to getting Test and Stay up and running. We are planning to implement Test and Stay beginning next week, which will have an immediate impact on some students who are currently in quarantine. Also, I'll just report that the sub fill rate continues to be unchanged in spite of the increase in sub pay. We're running at about 43% fill rate for the past month. Next, we have some exciting news. I'm really happy to announce that we've already exceeded one of the 18 metrics chosen to assess the success of our new district improvement plan. Reducing the racial achievement gap in third grade ELA performance as measured by MCAS was chosen as a key indicator of outcome equity because reading proficiency is heavily sampled on this test. In fact, in previous versions of the MCAS, the third grade test was called reading as opposed to ELA. And achieving reading proficiency by the end of third grade has been linked to so many consequential long-term outcomes for students, including success in middle school, high school graduation, college enrollment, and lifetime earning potential. These were the highest levels of reading achievement ever attained by Northampton third graders in both the Hispanic or Latino subgroup and the white student subgroup. It's the fulfillment of a goal that would have been lofty even in the best of times. To have achieved it in the context of COVID is truly remarkable. Although not included as a DIP metric, we also set new achievement records for high need students, English learners, and Asian students, and matched our previous achievement best for students with disabilities. So I'd like to congratulate all the early childhood educators and families of young children who made this possible. But just because we met this metric doesn't mean we'll let up one bit in the press for higher academic achievement for all of our students. We've cut a 48-point achievement gap to a 41-point achievement gap in a single year, which gives us motivation to keep pushing to reduce the gap even further. And that's the beauty of this work. This journey to equity is such that one accomplishment just serves to bring the next challenge into focus. But it's so great to have achieved this so early in the implementation of our new district improvement plan. And I just wanted to take an opportunity to share this moment of celebration with our educators, with our families, and with the whole community. Even though this is a time of year with many.
Dr. Provost, there's a hand, a member Sarah P. Cox had her hand raised. I don't know, I think it's a question.
Sure, that's fine, that's fine.
Thanks, Mayor. It was related to the previous slide. I'm curious then if you envision, since we're so early in the district improvement plan timeframe, are you envisioning recommending to change that that goal to move the goalpost farther?
I'm not, because as I said, there are 18 metrics, many of which.
So this is just one of the metrics within.
That's right. That's right.
Okay, I see. Got it.
Okay. So let me start this slide over again. So even though this is a time of year with many holidays and special events, we've been able to make a great deal of progress in our district improvement plan. Continuing its work on DIP Goal 1, the District Family Action Team met this week to work on an organizational self-assessment that will be rolling out to gauge the current strength of family-school partnerships and to work on our own action plan for the current year. Based on our discussion, we're moving in the direction of a goal to support the use of district technologies such as Talking Points and Lionbridge to allow two-way communication, including communication facilitated by translation or interpretation between school staff and families. We believe this will help us engage a portion of our school community that prefers not to communicate via email or through the medium of English. We also made great strides in Goal 2. Let me start at the bottom of column 1. The objective here is to provide a structure forum for all members of the NPS community to come together to work on, or to come together to connect about ABAR initiatives and issues. A part of our work on this has been to create an affinity group structure for school employees. After much work and planning, we're kicking off a group for NPS BIPOC staff next week. The group will be facilitated by Tom Chang, a former NPS employee, and Sabine Jakes of the Collaborative of Educational Services. Other groups will be added later this year. I'd like to thank Ed Stone, Allison Spencer Bunch, Daniel Littlefield, Maritha Wallace, Andrew Samuelson, and Laura Fragamini for their work to provide this structure for staff. A second objective in Goal 2 is to create reporting systems for caregivers and their children to assess how students are meeting academic goals and content standards to inform educator instruction and support students in a timely manner. We're achieving this by continuing to work on our standards-based grading system. Just before the Thanksgiving break, we notified elementary caregivers that they'd be receiving a new standards-based report card that will help them understand their child's progress towards mastery of the curriculum standards established by the Massachusetts Department of Elementary and Secondary Education. I know there are some of our incoming school committee members are former elementary educators, both teachers and administrators, who've been waiting for a revision to the standards-based grading system for elementary for a long time. And it's finally here. And this will give families a much more fine-grained analysis on how their students are performing with respect to the state standards. So I think it will really help families to know what to expect when students are assessed on the statewide system. Goal 2 also has an objective to communicate existing policies to caregivers and protocols for managing situations when students experience a microaggression, racism, sexism, transphobia. It's too bad Layla isn't here anymore because she was one of my guests in episode 4 of the policy podcast, which dropped yesterday morning. I actually got a notice from Twitter this morning saying, your tweet about this podcast is reaching a lot of people. So I'm hereby submitting that Twitter notification as an artifact for my evaluation. And again, I hope Attorney Taylor has a chance to watch it. I hope you all watch it. It is an excellent exploration of the very technical aspect of our Title IX policy. With respect to Goal 3, we're also continuing to expand opportunities for high school students to explore personalized pathways aligned with college and career goals, which was identified as one of our barriers to equity. As you know, we currently have an IT innovation pathway at the high school. There are currently 55 students in the pathway. Our pathway was featured at a DESE conference for schools interested in starting their own pathways. NHS graduate Katrina Aquilino, who currently attends Tufts, and Misha Began, who's our pathways coordinator, spoke at the conference. The next day, I received an email from Jennifer Godkin, the state innovation pathway lead. I'd like to share the last sentence from her message because I think it speaks to the spirit of what we're trying to accomplish through this approach to learning and through the DIP in general. It said, quote, I laud Misha's approach to IP, empowering students with student vision, voice, and action at the forefront. In Misha's own words, these pathways are for the students, so why not have them be created by the students as well? Bravo. Shortly thereafter, Jennifer sent me this message notifying us that our application to start a second innovation pathway, which will prepare students for careers in healthcare and social assistance, has received preliminary approval. I'd like to thank Misha, Katrina, Molly McLaughlin, and the high school administration for their work on our current pathway and our potential new pathway. Another important DIP objective is to ensure that all students can access the full range of programs offered by our district. Specifically, this means removing barriers to success in advanced coursework. Advanced coursework is designated by the Elementary and Secondary Education, the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education, to include advanced placement, international baccalaureate, project Lead the Way, dual enrollment for credit, Chapter 74 approved VOC Tech programs with a secondary cooperative education component, and other select DESE rigorous courses, mainly in the area of mathematics. As you can see, all the subgroups of students in Northampton have increased participation in advanced coursework over the past 3 years. And it's not just participation, it's actual completion of the coursework. This has been an explicit goal of much of our equity work, and I'm particularly proud of the work our high school staff has done to dramatically increase the representation of high needs students, economically disadvantaged students, English learners and former English learners, students with disabilities, Hispanic or Latino students, and multiracial students in the most rigorous courses our schools have to offer. Speaking of things to be proud of, Elena. Those of you who served with her when she was the student representative to the school committee know what an amazing woman she is. But to think that our schools and our committee played some part in producing a scholar of her caliber should make us all feel proud. To the critics, the detractors, and others who would cause us to question or doubt what we're doing, just show them the video of this report. This report that shows that we're closing racial achievement gaps, earning praise from DESE staffers for our innovative programming, and increasing the success of all students in our rigorous coursework, and even having a Rhodes Scholar to our credit. And finally, for those of you leaving the committee, I want to thank you for your service and all we've done together. You're definitely leaving on a high note. This is the time when we would normally present you with parting gifts, but since we're not here to do that together, I'll be sending my little helpers to your homes. I hope you enjoy your surprises. That's my report.
Thank you, Dr. Provost. Thank you very much for that report. Member Gold, your hand is up. I'm sorry, I didn't catch it.
No, you caught it pretty quick. I just raised it. Thank you, Dr. Provost. I just wanted to follow up. I appreciate the explanation on the shack and the position to not look for a waiver on the high school's unmasking. I guess I just would ask that in the near future to present what the shack would look for. And if needed be, like what we would need to do to work with the city to get that exemption for schools if we are meeting that threshold. Hopkinton, Massachusetts was the first one to unmask for kids in high school, or that had 80% or more vaccination. They just re-upped for another 3 weeks. They did a 3-week trial. They said if you check out WBUR or Boston News, a lot of reporting on the success and the positive reactions from students to being able to be in school, not having to have a mask. And they actually extended it for another 3 weeks. So they're doing 3-week increments, which I think seems like a very reasonable and safe methodology. And so I would just ask that soon, if we have the numbers that medical experts are saying are safe for our kids to have their masks off, the value added is well worth it. And so at least to have a plan from Shack, I guess, on what they're looking for, what's it going to take them, when, and how can we make that happen? But anyway, just that one, and thanks so much for the presentation.
Thank you, Member Gold. I thought you were going to ask for a clue as to what was going to be your gift or something. I thought, I wasn't sure.
Max Scherzer.
Yeah, that's a pretty nice gift. Okay, so let's continue on with the agenda. Thank you very much, Superintendent. We'll now move into the new business section of our report. And that begins with a representative from a report from our student representative, Lila Niels Duffy. So Lila, I'll turn the floor over to you after I ask you to unmute. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi again. So I'm just here to give a quick report about NHS and what the student union's been up to in the past few weeks. So at NHS recently, there's an annual flag football game between the seniors and the juniors, and my peers found it very important that I tell you that the seniors won that game. From what I hear, I think it was a blowout, so that's very exciting. Winter sports have just started up as well. So there were basketball tryouts, I think, last week. And another thing is that the NHS cafeteria is going to start having composting bins after winter break, which is a great leap in sustainability for our school. And there also have been a few drives. So there is an ongoing, I believe, Afghan refugee drive sponsored by the Northampton Youth Commission, getting supplies from NHS students for the Afghan refugees that are predicted to, or are expected to be coming to Northampton in the coming months. And as well as a toy drive for families in need during the holidays that are looking for gifts for their kids. Additionally, there is a standard-based grading info session for caregivers on December 29th. And last week there was an info session for students, which I attended, and it was very informational. So yeah, that's kind of generally what's been going on in NHS. And then the student union just finished analyzing the survey results from our fall school-wide survey, which we presented at the Student Advisory Committee meeting. And also the student union officially voted to support vaccine mandates for extracurriculars and to check vaccines to enter the school buildings. We had a pretty in-depth discussion about that and ended up wanting to voice our support for those two initiatives. And then we have also recently been working on a new project, which we're temporarily calling a diversity supplement, which would kind of be a requirement for NHS students to take a course that would kind of fall under like certain guidelines that would have to do with kind of going into depth historically or just in general about marginalized groups. So or just groups that aren't normally represented in the classes at our school or in our community. So that's kind of a new idea, but we're very excited about kind of learning more about how we can make that possible, and hopefully working with you all or the people that will be coming after you on that. Yeah, and lastly, I guess I just wanted to thank you guys for putting a discussion in the agenda about the late start, because I know I brought that up in my last spiel, so I really appreciate that. Yeah, I think that's it. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much for that report, Lila. Let's move on now to the item B under new business, which is the requested vote to approve the Northampton Education Foundation Fall 2021 small grants. And I believe Jennifer Sanders James is here from NEF to make that presentation. So Jennifer, if you want to go ahead and unmute.
Good evening. So NEF, we went out for our latest grant cycle. We received 6 applicants, and I'm sure that y'all have noticed there were actually only 5 grants listed on here. That is because the 6th grant is actually a Smith Folk grant, and I accidentally left it on there. But we are asking you, the school committee, to accept 5 grants for Northampton public schools in the amount of $13,208. And I'm happy to answer any questions, but I know that Annie very kindly provided the list to y'all with a brief description. So do y'all have any questions?
Let's see. Are there any questions about the grants that have been presented for us to review? Does not seem like there are any questions. So, and understandably, the Smith Folk one will go to the Smith Vocational Trustees for their approval. So yeah, understood. Right. Okay, well, I would entertain a motion then to gratefully accept these NEF grant awards.
Move to accept the NEF grants awards with gratitude.
Second.
Okay, so there's been a motion made and seconded. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll, please.
Member Levy,
Yes.
Member Kaufman,
Yes.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
Member Voss,
Yes.
Member Gold,
Yes.
Mayor Narkewicz,
Yes.
Member Busansky,
Yes.
Member Fallon,
Yes, thank you.
Member Seraphy-Cox,
Yes.
and Member Condon.
Yes.
The vote is 10 in favor.
Okay, so so that gift is gratefully accepted. Thank you, Jennifer, for being here tonight, and obviously thank you to the entire board of NEF, and thank you all to all the community members and businesses that generously donate to NEF to help support the great mission that you carry out. So thank you.
Thank you all so much, and thank you for approving them, and to all the members that are leaving, thank you for your service to the town, including Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Bye.
So now we'll move on to the next item on the agenda, which regards the approval of 80 Acres Learning Center private school. And that was a request that was submitted by Adrian Wallace. And I know Dr. Provost, you sent something out about some additional information. I don't know if you want to discuss that or how you wish to proceed.
Sure. I know that Miss Wallace is in attendance, and so, I don't want to preempt her discussion, but I will say that, my recommendation at this time would be that we give the requester a little bit more time to gather all the information that's necessary. I did have a conversation with Carolyn Mish earlier today regarding the zoning procedure that will be needed for the approval of the school. I have calls into the building department regarding some requirements for the physical structure, but haven't been able to get responses from the building department yet. So my preference would be to, instead of voting on this tonight, to get the requester in touch with the other city departments that will have to sign off on this, and then bring it back once all those permissions have been obtained.
Okay, I'm just trying to find on my screen here. Adrian Wallace. Okay, I'm unmuting Adrian Wallace, and so Adrian, if you want, I wanted to give you an opportunity to address the school committee if you wish. And obviously, you've heard that there's a few more items that I guess are required from the state and under other building codes and zoning codes. But I do want to give you an opportunity to address the application if you wanted to do so tonight.
Thank you. I appreciate and will accept the opportunity to briefly speak on what I think is the importance of 80 Acres Learning Center. So it's an early learning center for the exact reasons that you all cited. There's clearly a situation where some students are not getting what they need in the public school environment, and we want to provide, particularly with the focus of teaching in ways that are consistent with the ways that students of color, particularly Black students, best learn. That isn't something that's available to students, and I think it's hugely important. Just on Wednesday, after having submitted my application on time, I heard about these additional requirements that were not included in the application and were nowhere else to be found in any state statute or any local ordinance that I could find myself. I haven't passed the bar yet, but I do have a JD. I'm looking forward to taking the bar in February, but I am concerned, I think, about the process. But I was initially given information that turned out to be inaccurate. Then I was told there were these additional steps in the application that were never communicated to me at any time, just really moments before the board met. And so, at this point, I'm concerned about process. I'd rather move forward with a denial so that I have all of the legal options to sort of pursue and push back against that. Because frankly, what I assume will happen is as soon as I get those documents together, there'll be another hurdle to cross and another hurdle to cross and another hurdle to cross. And so I'd rather just move forward and have really, frankly, a supervising body involved because I don't think that the application that I've submitted is going to be treated fairly at this point. I know that I'm not in charge of what happens, but I would ask for an up or down vote just so that I can move forward with what I understand will be a denial and have the widest array of options available to me with respect to pursuing the opening of the school, because it's not something that I'm willing to give up on easily. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Sarah P. Cox.
I'm wondering if the superintendent can talk about the due date, when the timeline here, because the applicant raised that question. And then I also have a question for the applicant of when when the school is looking to open. And so like, I guess I'm also curious, like, are there deadlines for us to vote on this? And then obviously I would hope that that whatever the provisions are that you have found, that the applicant did not give need to be added to the application, because as somebody who is in charge of many applications through my job and work for a grant making organization, you have to be clear on an application.
Sure. So there's no deadline for the committee to approve a school. The committee could do it at any time. What I can tell you about timeline is this is an email I received from Carolyn Mish, who's the assistant director for the Northampton Office of Planning and Sustainability. She wrote, the site is in the URB zone and actually requires a special permit from the planning board, and the board approves a site plan with that. The public hearing process usually takes 2 to 3 months, depending on the calendar schedule, and then it says links. I am waiting to hear back, as I said, from the building department, because my intention would be to share this information from the other relevant city departments with the requester, so that she has all the information she needs to follow that process. It's really, in terms of the curriculum, the school year, all of those pieces really are in place. What's missing from my perspective are the local approvals based on city ordinances.
There was I just want to follow up on what member Sarah P. Cox asked. There was also correspondence, or you mentioned something about dimensions had to be submitted, or there were some other aspects about the facility was that a DESI requirement? I was trying to understand that. You're muted, John, Doctor.
Yeah, I am just trying to make sure that the school committee has the relevant information regarding entrance and egress. As you know, for any school room needs to have 2 means of egress in the event of a fire. I don't really know whether there are any additional requirements regarding fire suppression. The physical plant issues all come down to student safety requirements, and I just want to make sure that those are in place before the school committee makes its vote.
Okay, thank you very much, member. And actually, I believe you had a question, member Sarah P. Cox, that you wanted the applicant to address, and that was regarding the timeline. So I wanted to recognize Ms. Wallace to be able to address that. There, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so with respect to timeline, we'd like to open as soon as possible. And, I think parents and students are hungry for this particular option. I will note that the number of students that will attend is small, and that we already have enough students to fill and to be at capacity. I did submit a fire inspection. So with respect to the DESI requirements, that piece is, and with respect to Dr. Provost's concern, that requirement is met. And the application actually said any and all. So the any, phrase to your question, member Sarah Cox, about application and process. I think the application is unclear because it doesn't state that those things are needed or necessary for approval ultimately.
Yeah, that again, the ability I understand the concern there, and that's certainly something we should look at this, but again, land use is beyond the school committees. We wouldn't be allowed to approve a school in a zone that's not allowed. So that would so we can't really preempt zoning. And then the building stuff, that would, any business, I mean, the building department inspects our school, so that would have to be subject as well. But so that sounds like there needs to be that clarification for somebody who wanted to develop or build a new school or open a new school. So, but that's not something we can approve without the site plan review, that it's actually an allowed use. Member Levy.
Thanks. Two questions. One is for you, maybe Mayor Narkewicz or Dr. Provost, I'm not sure. Are we as a school committee able to approve the application contingent on those, the zoning and all these other inspections and pieces that need to be done in the near future?
I mean, certainly, certainly there are other types of, sales of property and things like that can be approved contingent upon certain approvals being met, and that's fairly common. I don't know. I mean, as long as the outstanding concern, as long as we had a clear list from Dr. Provost of what the outstanding concerns were and could build them into the approval, then that would just require Ms. Wallace to then just provide us proof of, the site plan approval and all the other pieces. Then we would, then it would actually have the approval. So that certainly would be one way for the school committee to approach it, so that Ms. Wallace wouldn't have to then come back to the school committee again.
Okay.
But I don't know.
Thanks.
Go ahead, Dr. Provost.
So I think the educational components of the application have been met. One way to do it without getting into fine grained detail would be to say it's approved contingent upon the ability or contingent upon the approval of the zoning board and the building inspector to approve its use as a school.
Okay, thanks.
It would actually be the planning board, not the.
Sorry,
zoning.
the planning board.
Okay. No, just they're different nomenclature, but yes. No.
Thanks. I just have two questions. And we're referring to you, I believe, as Ms. Wallace, but it sounds like we should maybe be referring to you as Attorney Wallace. My two questions are, one, it sounds like and I saw in the application that it's a very small enrollment. And my question is, do you have plans to expand enrollment in the near future, or do you intend to stay at that small size?
I'm not sure she has the ability to unmute.
I gave her the ability.
Okay.
I do. Thank you. Excellent question. Not attorney yet. I haven't sat for the bar exam. But the goal is to actually stay very close to that size, maybe expand by a student or two in the future, but specifically designed to stay as a small school as part of our model. And then perhaps to show other people in other communities how they might be able to do the same thing. But the goal wouldn't be to expand, particularly in Northampton.
Got it. Thank you. And then one of the things I was trying to find in the application was there were a lot of things in there, and the organization was interesting. Not your fault. I think the fault of the process. I was just looking for the mission of the school, and I got a better understanding when you spoke in public comment, but just for my own understanding, are you able to articulate the mission of the school?
I am, thank you. The mission of 80 Acres Early Learning Center is to provide a nurturing, caring, learning environment that focuses on learning land stewardship as well as practical skills, is rooted in Black and Indigenous culture, to provide an alternative for students who haven't been successful or aren't getting what they need in the public school environment.
Thank you so much. So I see there are hands, but I'd just like to make a motion that we approve this application. Oh gosh, I'm not going to have the right words. Contingent, all of the things that Dr. Provost says need to happen. Can you say, Dr. Provost, again, what those things are, and then I'll reword my motion.
You're muted, Dr. Provost.
It would be contingent upon approval by the planning board and building inspector to operate school.
Great. So I move that we approve this application contingent upon the planning board and the
Building inspector.
Building
Building
commissioner.
inspector.
Building
Building
commissioner.
commissioner. Sorry.
Great.
Not my departments.
Inspections or reports. Reports, it sounds like. Okay.
They're approvals, actually. They're approvals.
Approvals. Okay, contingent on those approvals. Thank you.
Okay, so there's a
You muted yourself, Mayor.
Sorry about that. Kind of miss Zoom. So there's a motion that's been made and it needs a second. So,
Second.
okay, seconded by Member Voss. And Member Voss, your hand is up next, so I'll turn to you.
I'll be very quick. I was going to ask the exact same questions and I was drawing the same motion out of what was answered. So I fully support the motion and the reasoning behind it. Thank you, Member Levy.
Member Gold.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up regarding the appendix piece about the curriculum. Something that stood out to me is that it says that it's aligned to the Common Core state standards. And especially considering that it's a K-2 school, many of those changes in the 2017 frameworks occurred in K-2 in math and in ELA. And so I would just be a little bit concerned if the curriculum is aligned to something where it is not inclusive of the Massachusetts frameworks. There's actually standards in first grade that do not appear for Massachusetts that don't appear in the Common Core frameworks anymore, state standards. So I would hope that, I think one of the obligations is that it's aligned to the state's learning expectations. And so I guess that's an area of concern for me.
Okay. I don't know if I'm trying to unmute. Okay. Ms. Wallace, did you want to respond to that?
Sure, I'm happy to. So we believe that our standards are actually more comprehensive than those of the state. The sort of core mathematical foundation, right? Those 8 practices that are key to the foundations of practicing math best exist, in our opinion, when they are put into actual concrete practice. And because the Common Core standards are so focused on that, even more so, I would argue, than the Massachusetts frameworks, we're going with that. We think that it will encompass even more than the Massachusetts frameworks because we believe our curriculum is so practical. Particularly with respect to the reading practice, we focus in K on students understanding A, what a canon means, and B, building their own canon, their own tools for researching, evaluating, understanding, and then really deciding, do I like this piece of literature or not? Which I think actually sufficiently both encompasses the Massachusetts frameworks and the Common Core. The reason why we've chosen to ground ourselves in the Common Core, it really responds back to Member Levy's concern about like, where do you want to grow? Because we want this model to be accessible to lots of folks. And we believe that our approach practices the things, gives students the skills that's going to make them successful in this school setting in Massachusetts, but also nationally. We obviously want our students to have the very best. And we believe that being able to be responsive to a national standard gives them an increasingly large amount of options, and we think we'll be able to do that successfully.
If I can follow up, Mayor, Ms. Wallace, so how do we reconcile though that, I mean, you said you weren't going to be expanding, and was it going to stay as K2 or were you going to continue to add grades? Because if they were going to enter after that, the Northampton school system, they would have missed out on content because the Common Core does not include things that Massachusetts frameworks does.
So actually the Common Core is actually not content-based, right? It's practice-based. So if you go back and read the Common Core standards, they're grounded in the skill that a student will be able to do, right? We actually have substantive issues with some of the content pieces that are included. So if you look, there's like various tools for implementing the Common Core, whether it be Massachusetts examples from the past, whether it be Engage New York, whether it be Achieve the Core, those all include their own independent content examples, but the Common Core is not a content-based for ELA ELA program. We want to bring in actually tools from underrepresented groups, from Black, from Brown, from Indigenous folks as the actual substantive content. And we think that applies to mathematical practices as well. So we are ensuring that our students have the same skills, and we think we'll actually be able to enter third grade at even a higher level than students who haven't been through our program. So that in particular is not a concern for us. And if there is a standard, if you can specifically cite one that's content-based, like you will learn to be able to cite this thing rather than you will be able to apply this skill, I would be very interested in learning because I haven't encountered one.
So if I may, just because if you're going to be, if we're going to be approving contingent upon, I would ask that, contingent upon also ensuring the alignment to Massachusetts. For what it's worth, Ms. Wallace, I'm a math coach in Massachusetts. And one of the standards that does not appear in the Common Core, but does appear in Massachusetts is a first grade standard on currency. And you are required in Massachusetts in first grade to instruct understanding of coins and dollars and things like that. The Common Core does not do that. Massachusetts created addendums to it. And then when it stopped using the Common Core, it aligned its frameworks to that and not to the standards within Common. So there's one example for you. But I would encourage you, there's on the DESE site, there's two very helpful documents that detail the changes from the Common Core to the Mass frameworks in 2017.
Mayor Narkewicz.
Well, I'm sorry, that's actually incorrect. It says in grade 2, the measurement and data work with time and money, solve world problems involving dollar bills, quarters, dime, nickels, pennies, using money and symbols appropriately. So actually that's an inaccurate statement of what the Common Core standards include. I would be happy to send you the link to that information. But again, we believe that our curriculum is comprehensive with respect to mathematical practices, understanding, and applicability. Happy to get into the weeds with you with respect to what that looks like, but that example is actually inaccurate because, as I mentioned, it's included as an applicable skill that students will be able to do once they attend our program. So perhaps aligned a little bit differently with respect to when the units are introduced, but that is encompassed within our standards of practice. And as you can see in our curriculum, that's actually a large part is understanding economic practices, which would include the application of those particular skills. But again, we're not teaching it as, can you identify this coin or this, right? Can you understand how economic systems work? Can you understand the value of money? Can you understand and ask questions about how it's used? Can you understand how to sort of function in a society with respect to making purchases? So all of those things are actually what I mean when I say we tend to think a little bit bigger than just the actual words and think about how our students are actually going to be able to apply that. I too was a math coach in 4 different states, and I'm super happy to get into the weeds about mathematical practices anytime.
Thank you very much. Member Busanski, Member Fallon, I'm sorry, had her hand up first. I don't know how that, Member Fallon.
No, I was just curious. I'm really interested in, I was researching all these amazing groups that you've got listed as resources like Social Good and that I suppose are nonprofits that have helped fund this school. And I know that you said it was a private school. Are students going to be charged? Is it a sliding scale? Like, I was just curious as far as for the community, how this is going to work.
Okay. Sorry about that.
No problem. I know it's a lot of buttons.
You also keep moving around. Things keep moving around, so you're not. I have to keep finding you every time. So should have made you a co-host for this. I'm sorry.
Here I am. Thank you, Member Fallon. That's a great question. The goal would be to charge students as little as possible. Right now, we do operate on a sliding scale. We are a nonprofit, so we don't have shareholders. Social Good Fund manages and make sure our tax compliance piece is right. Was a math teacher, still have my dad do my taxes actually. So it's good that that's managed by somebody who's a professional in that space. The goal would ultimately be able to provide we actually don't have a specific amount that we charge families. We do what we call transparent budgeting, which is we say, hey, here's what it costs for us to have a student here in front of you. What's really realistic for you and your family? And invite families from all over the economic spectrum. So who understand, right, that like you may pay a little bit more because you're able to, you may pay a little bit less, with at least 35% of our families not paying at all.
That's fantastic. Thank you.
Okay, Member Busanski, you have your hand up.
Well, I believe that, Ms. Wallace has more than adequately met the bar of voting for this, and I am ready to vote. So I was going to call the question, and I see there are no more hands raised, but I don't believe that a private school has to be in alignment with the Common Core, and I don't believe that we put LGA through any of these questions that we've just put her through. So I would like us to move ahead and vote in favor of of 80 acres, along with those contingencies that we put in place that they need to meet for just safe building standards. So thank you very much, Ms. Wallace, for bringing this to us.
Okay, I don't see any other hands, and there is a motion on the table that's been seconded, so I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
Member Kaufman.
Yes means we're approving the applicant?
That is correct.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, sorry, yes.
Member Goldman.
Yes.
Member Voss.
Yes.
Member Gold.
No.
Mayor Narkewicz.
Yes.
Member Busanski.
Yes.
Member Fallon.
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Member Condon. Member Condon still with us? Member Condon?
He's giving a virtual.
Giving a thumbs
up.
up, so I think that's a yes.
Okay.
I think he's not a co-host, so I've just asked him to unmute. I don't, there he is.
Okay.
Member Condon?
I apologize. I had to log on a different device because my computer froze. And I think when you allowed me entry, I was not a co-host, but yes.
Okay, I'll make you a co-host now. Thank you.
Thank you.
The vote is 9 in favor, 1 opposed.
I vote yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Member Levy. I had you already marked down. Thank you for letting me know.
You just must have known.
Okay, so the motion carries 9-1, and so the application is approved as with the contingencies. And thank you, Ms. Wallace, for coming here this evening, and good luck to you on this. And I have no doubt that the next time we meet you, you will be Attorney Wallace, having successfully passed the bar. So congratulations.
That's certainly my hope. Thank you all so much. All 9 of you. Bye.
Okay. Take good care. Okay, so now the next item on the agenda is a vote to approve the updated superintendent goals. So, which is good that we found Member Condon, because this would be his part of the agenda again. So I'll turn it over to Member Condon.
Thank you, Mayor. The Superintendent Evaluation Subcommittee was slated to meet earlier this week, and due to some issues, we had to postpone that meeting to tonight. So unfortunately, the goals were not revised prior to today, which is why you did not get a copy of the revised goals yet. We did meet with Dr. Provost earlier today to look at his revisions. He incorporated some suggestions provided by some other committee members and presented those goals to the subcommittee. Dr. Provost, have you revised those, and can you share those with us now?
They're in the folder now.
Okay, great. Dr. Provost, do you want to review the changes that you made to those goals?
Sure, I will just give everyone a chance to find the document in their folder. You did see an earlier version of this that was very similar, so where there are changes, I'll point those out.
Would it be possible, would it be helpful to screen share it, Dr. Provost, or not? Is it?
Sure, it is definitely possible. Okay, so I will start with the student learning SMART goal. Really, the only thing that changed is right here in the middle.
Sorry, Dr. Provost, can you zoom a little bit on your document?
I can zoom, although I will also point out that the zooming seems, or the screen sharing seems to have messed up some of the alignment. So I'm sorry about that. But the main change in, or the only change in the first goal was changing to student growth percentiles from the prior proposed goal, which was percent of students proficient or advanced. And so it's very difficult to see based on the screen share, but basically the goal is now to move the economically disadvantaged and EL and former EL subgroups from the low growth band to the moderate growth band in grades 3 through 8. That's the change there. Next to that is the one that was most significantly revised, which was my professional practice goal. Some of the feedback that I received last time was around tying the learning that results from my participation in the pilot program to goals for the district. And so one of the ways that I would propose we could do that is by looking for improvements in the barriers to equity that have been identified through the Ed Trust survey. As you know, there are 9 barriers to equity in our district that we identified last year. So my hope would be that by but through the learning in my professional development activity, we'd be able to see some progress on at least 4 of those 9. And then addressing another piece of feedback, which wasn't shared publicly, but was shared just between member Levy and myself, was the question of, so how does it all get from the superintendent's level to changes for students? Because the superintendent does all of their work through other people, right? It's not a case where the superintendent has direct contact with a lot of students or even a lot of teachers. The point of contact is really the other administrators. And so how does it all trickle down? And so language I put in to address that, I'm highlighting right now. And this is really something that's coming out of the work, which is, I should keep going. That trying to do equity work is triggering for so many people. It's triggering for people who realize they have biases they might not have noticed in themselves before. It's triggering because you're creating a space to have conversations about bias that have been repressed for a long time. And the principals are the holders of all those emotions within their building. And then as a superintendent, I'm the holder of all of their emotions. And so my goal and the way I think it connects, the learning connects to these hoped for outcomes is that, deepening my understanding of the emotional responses people have to equity work, I'll be able to better support principals and sustain them in their efforts to create more equitable conditions in their schools. And so then there's a lot of words here, but basically I'll just go down to the 9 areas, show you what the current status is and what the goal would be. So first is culturally sustaining curriculum. You can see the percentage of respondents last year who said that they reported they learned from curriculum that reflects multiple races, ethnicities, and genders, and the percentage of administrators who believe that teachers in their buildings use culturally responsive practices. And so goal would be to see a 10% increase in these ratings. Then the next area is fair treatment and clarity in assessment. The finding, the baseline was that 31.5% of high school students either agree or strongly agree that students from other races or ethnicities have to work harder to be seen as academically capable. So the goal by 2023 would be 25% or less endorsing that statement. Next is status of counseling services. Last year, 54% of students and caregivers reporting having made at least one contact with a high school guidance counselor. My goal would be to get that to 66% or more. The status of addressing family concerns equitably, 37% of caregivers found the district either very or extremely responsive in addressing their concerns. Goal would be to get that to 43% or more. The status of ensuring all students feel valued in class, 38% of Hispanic or Latino or multi-ethnic and white student responders either disagreed or strongly disagreed that their teachers valued all students in class. So the goal would be to get that disagreement rate down to 25% or less. Fostering academic achievement, 66% of high school students identified disengaging schoolwork as a factor that made schoolwork difficult. The goal would be to get that down to 50% or less. And clarifying student discipline practices, 34.4% of teachers agree that students of all races and ethnicities and abilities, et cetera, are disciplined fairly in the building where they work. 56% of middle school students agree or strongly agree they were disciplined fairly, and only 40% of high school students agree or strongly agree that students are disciplined fairly. The goal would be to see a 10% increase in any of these. I'd really like to focus on high school and teachers, because the middle school is already showing higher levels there. The status of establishing a framework for addressing incidents of bias. There's, in 2021, 20% of teachers agreed or strongly agreed there was a process to address teachers who treat students, families, leaders, or other teachers in a bias or prejudice or racist manner. The goal would be to increase that to 40% or more. I'm pushing that one higher than the others because it's been such a focus of all the work, the committee's work, my work, all of our work together. Hope that could get much higher. And the status of students who said they received support if they didn't want to attend a traditional four-year college. 41% of the high school students last year said they got support if they didn't want to attend a traditional four-year college. My goal would be to get that up to 50% or more. So that's the change with that goal. In goal number 3, the main change was adjusting the metric to more closely align with the action step. So the action step here is my written communication and audiovisual communication around the district's anti-discrimination policy. As a result, I'm hoping that the percentage of caregivers who agree or strongly agree that students are treated without bias or prejudice will increase. The logic there is if folks are aware of the protections they have, if they access the protections they have, we should see an increase in people in the district who feel that students are treated without bias or prejudice. And the goal there is to increase from 47 to 60%. Again, the screen share messes that up. The last one was the family action team. As I mentioned earlier in my report, we're deploying a survey to gather baseline data on the strength of our school family partnerships. We don't know what the baseline is on that yet. We've just done it as a district family action team ourselves. We're going to be rolling it out school by school because we want to have communication and conversations with staff before we ask them to take the survey. So that process will take a couple of months. We don't know what the baseline is at this time, but the goal would be to develop the baseline now and then at the mid-cycle meeting, set a target for improvement from whatever the baseline turns out to be. So those are the changes that I made based on the feedback at the last meeting.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Provost. And from Member Condon, presumably those changes were approved by the subcommittee and are now recommended back to the full school committee.
Yes, they were.
Okay. Are there any other comments from other members of the committee? Want to make any comments regarding these or about the recommendation? Member Kaufman, are you on that committee?
I am, but I have nothing to add. Thank you.
Okay, great. So I guess the question would be, Member Condon, do you wish to make a motion that the school committee, having now sent them back to you for further revisions, would now approve them? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I've just seen hands come up. Sorry, Member Sarah P. Cox, or my participant menu had slid down. Member Sarah P. Cox.
No worries. Thank you. For one thing, I just wanted to appreciate that the goals are so closely tied to the district improvement plan. As I was reading through them, I saw that. I also saw, and I have talked with you several times and have given feedback on goals before about them not really feeling like goals. These feel closer to goals, goals with then metrics underneath them. So I definitely appreciated the clarity around that improving. Those are the comments that I have now. I'm still kind of formulating around some of the changes, so I may come back.
Member Voss.
Thanks. I'm toggling between things. I just wanted to go back to one thing that we talked about last time, part 1, and it's not the goal sheet, but I wonder, Dr. Provost, if you could help us understand, is the level of detail in this, I guess what's expected? Because when I read it, I really felt like it would be helpful to understand a little more than just a little bullet with a couple words like under weaknesses, mathematics achievement. And I guess I bring that up partly because when I read this, it seems so focused on, when it says ELA and math, I just go right to MCAS, but it feels like we should be evaluating our students beyond MCAS. So I don't know if this is a question or just a comment that, could there be a better explanation of the strengths and weaknesses, or is this what everybody does across the district? Is this what's expected by DESE? And then also, can we start thinking beyond the MCAS in some of this?
So when you get the form in its original content or its original format, it said, pages 1 of 3, 2 of 3, 3 of 3. We're now up to 13 pages. So we're multiples in terms of detail from what the Department of Education would normally.
Not on the first page there. It's just just so people who aren't looking at it, like there's a big box and it asks to explain your impression of weaknesses and strengths. And it's a list of
I'm sorry.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I do think that's typically what people do. I mean, this is the sort of 5,000 foot view, and then you drill down to more detail in the other boxes. And I would say that the weaknesses, for example, that are identified in these in math in particular, were not found only in MCAS. They were also found in our district screening. And the appendix that I added to the goals are based on our district screening. So this is not only based on MCAS.
Okay, thanks.
To Member Condon, do you want to go ahead? Oh, Member Levy, sorry about that. Member Levy.
Sorry, it took me a second to find my hand. I want to thank you, Dr. Provost, and apologize again for the delay in my getting you my feedback. I know that you gave me ample time and I took it. So sorry that it took me a while to get you my feedback, and I'm feeling really mixed because I so appreciate your work and your efforts, and you did incorporate a lot of my feedback, and I still am finding myself wanting more robust goals. And so I wonder if, I guess for me, it's about supporting these goals while also considering how we as a school committee can formulate those more robust goals for ourselves moving forward, and use those to support you in your work in the coming term. So I do really appreciate that you've given this a lot of thought and a lot of attention, and I hope we can continue to create robust goals as we move forward.
Okay. Member Condon, come back to you.
If there are no other comments or questions, I'll make a motion to accept the revised goals from Dr. Provost.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, there's been a motion made and seconded. Other questions, other comments? I see no hands, so I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Member Goldman.
Yes.
Member Voss.
Can you come back to me? I'm
Sure.
thinking.
Member Gold.
Yes.
Mayor Narkewicz.
Yes.
Member Busansky.
Yes.
Member Fallon.
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Member Condon.
Yes.
Member Levy.
Yes.
Member Kaufman.
Yes.
And Member Voss.
Yes.
The vote is 10 in favor.
Okay, so that is unanimously approved. And thank you, Dr. Provost, for your willingness to go back to the drawing board and revise them. Thank you. So we now move on to item E, and this is a vote to refer a request from NACE, the Northampton Association of School Employees, to bargain public access to buildings to the negotiating table. To the negotiating committee. So this is essentially, we received a demand to bargain, and this is a vote to refer it to the negotiating subcommittee. And I would turn to the chair, Member Seraphy Cox, if you want to make a motion.
Sure. I'll make a motion to refer this demand to bargain to the negotiating subcommittee.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Okay, so the motion has been made and seconded. If there's no discussion, I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
Member Voss.
Yes.
Member Gold.
Yes.
Mayor Narkewicz.
Yes.
Member Busansky.
Yes.
Member Fallon.
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Member Condon.
Yes.
Member Levy.
Yes.
Member Kaufman.
Yes.
And Member Goldman.
Yes.
The vote is 10 in favor.
Okay, so the motion is approved and the demand to bargain is referred to the negotiation subcommittee. Next item on Under new business is a discussion regarding late start time. And Dr. Provost, you are listed here as the moderator,
Sure.
the person leading this. So I'll turn to you.
Sure, I'm listed as the presenter, but the students have already presented what they wanted to say. They just asked if an item could be posted on the agenda, so I believe, so they could hear the committee's responses to their information they shared about late start time.
Okay. Jake and Lila are still on the call. So I'll open it up to folks. I know there were a few folks that were going to defer their discussion until we got to this point. Member Gold?
Yeah, I was just wondering from Jake or Lila if they've had a chance to sit down with Principal Valancourt or Dr. Provost with this data, and what, if anything, is the high school or the district doing with this survey?
So we have not had a chance to sit down with the actual data with either Dr. Provost or Principal Valancourt. We were planning on meeting with Principal Valancourt a week ago, but that got postponed. So we're planning on doing that. And I mean, our goal would be to analyze both this data on the survey and teacher data, and make a recommendation to the school committee on whether to stick with the start time that we currently have on the high school, change it for a reason. And that would basically be our overall goal, is to make a recommendation, most likely somewhere if it's changed, somewhere in the 8 to 8:30 range.
Okay, Member Kaufman.
Sure, thank you. So I had a couple of quick suggestions, if you don't mind. First, are you getting any? Let's see, who's running the survey? Is there a faculty or a professor or somebody that's guiding students on the survey itself? I'll tell you why I'm asking in a second.
So the survey was written by the student union. We did consult with teachers. I know I consulted with the AP stats teacher about certain questions not being, she didn't review the entire survey, but it's mainly written by students on the student union.
Okay, so I do like thousands of surveys in my life, and I don't mean to be critical, but I do need to point out that there are some basic premises on surveys that you violated. So it really doesn't substantiate the results in my mind at all. It does the opposite. So I think with some simple corrections, it could be much better. But at this point, it's difficult to believe some of the responses in the way it was presented. More importantly, I would strongly suggest that you think about or listen to why the school committee implemented the policy, and then go back and ask your students if those aspects are making a difference or not. I do think the school committee would far more greatly appreciate hearing whether the reasons that went into it and the tons of research that is around it are making an impact on students' lives or not. And if not, what could potentially be done to solve that? Because the research around it is absolutely clear, and the intentions behind it was all about enhancing student learning. And if that's not working, or it's working worse, then by all means, we should change it. But if it is working, even if students don't like it, then a case could be made that it's just worth continuing, because the students that it was meant to serve are benefiting as a result. But I do think you really would benefit a lot more, and the school committee would certainly benefit a lot more, not by hearing just whether students like it or not, but more so whether the intent behind it is being accomplished or not. And doing that now and then doing it in the spring and maybe doing it at the end of the year might be interesting as well, just to find out whether there are some changes happening as a result. But I do think our students could certainly reflect on the potential benefits of it, whether they realize it's happening or not. And if it isn't, we could hopefully make some proper adjustments to it if necessary. So thank you.
Yeah, so there are two parts of that I'd like to address. The first part is,
Sure.
asking students actual, not just if they like it or not. There was a question that we did not present. I don't believe we presented to you that because we didn't have it. I haven't found the way to correctly analyze in the way we asked the question. We asked students how the late start has affected their lifetime, and we gave options such as affecting the students, to affecting work, affecting out of school learning opportunities. So that would mostly be Smith, dual enrollment and internship, possible work study, and then sports. And then I believe we also opened it up to other things that students could write. I know you're probably also like thinking like academic, like actual grades. So we didn't ask that. And then,
You know why we implemented it?
My understanding for why implementing it is that students, teenagers have a naturally shifted circadian rhythm, meaning they naturally go to sleep later, wake up later, and because we shift it, students perform better academically, and it decreases tardies, absences, and increases student achievement.
Yeah, that's a good answer. Thank you. Yeah, so I mean, I would delve into that. I don't know if I use that terminology. That's pretty advanced. Thank you. But I mean, are students more engaged? Are they more awake first period? Do they feel more involved in school? Are they able to participate in things that previously, when they were younger, they couldn't? And there's a big difference too between asking ninth graders who didn't experience this with 11th graders or 12th graders. Some of the questions that you ask for students that didn't participate in things are irrelevant. So I just think it's a fantastic idea, but delving into, I don't think anybody passed this because all the reasons that students don't like, I think it was a concern, but I would say that in many cases it was passed anyway because we're about helping kids learn and achieve. And that's what school committee members need to and probably will be most concerned about. The rest of the stuff could be very controversial, whether kids like it or not. But if students are learning more, then it was a good idea. And if it's not, then it was a bad idea. That would be the most interesting. And I would encourage you to delve into that a little bit further. But you do have a great understanding as to why. So
I would like to add that with the introduction of standards-based grading, along with the introduction of late start, it is a little bit more difficult to gauge the effects of late start on students' grades because of how maybe the average in grades have shifted at the high school. So that is one thing to consider. But I definitely agree that that's an important thing to look into.
Right, but I think that you have your respect for your colleagues is even greater. I mean, whether their grades have improved or not is one really important variable, but whether they feel like, whether a senior now feels like they're more engaged in their first period class than they were as an 11th grader or 10th grader, that would be great to know. Whether their grades have gone up or not is important, but to your credit, you're asking your colleagues how they feel about these changes and what impact it's had on their academic day. And for us, I think that is a fundamentally important thing. And from my recollection, that was the main reason why it passed. So that would be great to know if you can find that out, in addition to grades, for sure.
Yes, you also mentioned two things or multiple things that you would don't validate the survey to you. Would you mind mentioning what those things are?
Yeah, not right now, but can you call me tomorrow?
Sure.
Absolutely. You want my number?
I can email you about it.
Okay, great. Be happy to.
It's flashing on the screen right now, Member Kaufman. We put it up there helpfully. Okay, Member Levy, and I do have the athletic director who has their hand up as well. So I just as well as several members. So Member Levy.
Thanks. I echo some of what Member Kaufman said and agree that it would be really great to get some of that feedback about has the change impacted the goals that we were aiming to accomplish with that change. I also, I believe it was Lila who said during the previous meeting this evening that it can sometimes be hard to assess something when it's new, and giving time for people to get used to it sometimes can be really important. And so I I want to caution us as a district to act on this data at this point in time. I would love for us to be able to work out some of the kinks, and I say kinks with like a capital K, that like there are some major issues that I am pretty distraught about that I think we've really got to turn our attention to. And we spoke about some of those at the last meeting. I'm really concerned with a lack of alignment with the Smith courses. I am concerned with students missing class for athletics. I'm eager to hear from the athletic director because I'm very hopeful, as was our goal in making this change, that we will be able to better align our athletic schedule with this schedule as opposed to the opposite. There was something else that I was concerned about, but it's 10:02, and after 10 o'clock, my brain stops working very well. But it was, yeah, I've lost it. So I want to make sure that we're having those conversations and that we are ensuring we're really meeting the needs of our students, and that our schedule has the flexibility to ensure we're meeting the needs of those students.
Okay, Member Busanski.
Thanks. Yeah, I'd like to just kind of second what Member Kaufman and Member Levy just said. And I think it's really important. And I know we talked about this when Student Union was even setting up the survey, as like looking at this data as baseline data, and that it'll be important. And I think Lila, you did mention it in the earlier meeting tonight, like it'll be important to go back maybe after the second, kind of after the winter season of athletics, but definitely at the end of the year, and see how students feel about it then, in part because we know it's going to affect athletics differently, in part because some change takes time. So it'll be interesting to see how students reflect on it. And just to add to what Member Kaufman said, I think you can also look at tardiness this year compared to last year in first period, and see how that, or the year before, how that aligns. And it'd be interesting to find out from students, because I've heard from a number of students at NHS that, half the class was asleep in first period, and now they're not. So it'd be interesting to try and get a feel for that as well in all of this. So yeah, I just encourage you to kind of use this as some baseline data, and then build on it throughout the year, and also to really work on fixing the problems that exist, and really look at the science that's behind it, because there has been, since we started discussing this about 15 years ago, the amount of science and data behind this type of change is just enormous, including, I believe, is it the Pediatric Association that endorses this as well? So I think it's just important to look at all of that in the mix. And also, as Member Kaufman said, it's hard for freshmen to say, do they like this better or not? So you just have to take into account, I think, all those nuances moving forward. And then I think you're going to come out with some really good stuff that's going to be really useful to this conversation. And lastly, I just did want to mention that, since I won't be here for that conversation, in looking at all this through the budget and lens of the Budget and Property Subcommittee, the real opportunity I think exists not in moving the start time to 8, but to flipping middle school and high school. So high school starts at 8:30 and middle school starts at 9. I think that is the real possibility to do sort of a cost neutral in terms of transportation, given the different times of days that elementary is different, that has a different length of day than middle and high school. So just to throw that out there. So thank you. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Member Busanski. Let's see, Jake, you have your hand up. Were you trying to respond to something before I go on to the next person?
Yeah, Member Busanski mentioned something that I guess I just had a question about. So I know that data has to be collected over years to see any results. And so I just had a question. So I remember last year, the deadline, I believe, was March to change the schedule for the start time. And so would that still be the case for any coming year? So let's say if we want to change it for next year, it would be March of 2022 or the following year, March of 2023. Is that still the case? That would need to happen, or is that?
Jake, I really don't have a good answer to that question because the prior year, we really were told that December, January was the latest we could possibly change it. And so that is why I really felt strongly we had to stick to that timeline. And then suddenly in the middle of the meeting, we were told March. So I'm going to leave that to the superintendent to speak to. He's going to be really the one who can actually let you know that information. But it's a really good question. Thanks.
Sure, I can explain that change, and it really goes back to the last comment you made, which is that we had made a decision somewhere along the line to only consider cost neutral changes. And when that decision was made, it extends the timeline, because if the change is cost neutral, then we don't have to build it into the budget. When we had originally talked about a December timeline, that was when we were thinking we would add funds to the budget for transportation. But when we decided that any solution had to be cost neutral, we really could plan all the way to the end, to mid-spring.
So if, let's say we wanted to flip the high school and elementary, that would have to happen in December, January. But if we only wanted to switch middle and high school, that could wait until March or April.
No, all tier flipping options are essentially the same cost. So flipping tiers, well, they're, whoa.
Elementary will bump into middle and high school. Superintendent Provost.
Thank you for that correction.
Tammy Lieber just put her camera on.
Yes. I'm sorry for the misinformation.
It's because the elementary
Okay, so I want to turn now to our athletic director who is on the call, and I've asked you to unmute and go ahead.
Hi, thanks for having me on. I did watch the recording of last month's school committee, and so heard a little bit of the discussion of athletics and the late start. During that, I know Committee Member Gold had requested some data, which I'd put together this fall. So I just want to give everybody kind of a snapshot of what this fall looked like for our athletic programs. And I'll start with the overall numbers. We had between boys and girls cross country, field hockey, football, golf, boys and girls soccer. Those are our fall sports. We had 56 early dismissals. 18 of those were for our own home games. And in addition to being dismissed during fourth period at some point, we actually had 24 contests where athletes had to be dismissed before the end of third period. So in addition to missing a portion of their third period, they did miss their entire fourth period. The sport that was affected the most was golf. They had 17 dismissals, which was their entire season, all 9 home matches and 8 third period dismissals. In some of the discussion from last month, I know there's a mention that in discussions with previous athletic directors that maybe golf at most twice would have to be early dismissed. With golf specifically, you are at the mercy of the courses that sponsor these sports. And one of the first things I did when I took the position is reached out to our home course, Northampton Country Club. And, their business, they're running, things that, make money for their business. And especially at the beginning of in early September, their adult leagues their after work leagues are finishing up. They have a very finite space within their day that they can allow high schools to participate, and that is before 4:30. In order to accommodate high school golf, all matches have to be fully off their tee boxes before 4:30 so that they can start their adult leagues when people get out of work. So until the third week of September, we had to start And it's the only time that they gave me to start our home matches was 3:30 in the afternoon, which is when our school day ends. So if you look at the competing golf members' schedule week to week, they were dismissed 3 times the week of September 13th, 4 out of the 5 days the following week, 4 out of the 5 days the next week, 4 out of the 5 days the following week, which was the week of October 4th, and then 3 days their final week of the regular season that went into that ended the Friday, October 15th. For field hockey, they had 11 dismissals, 5 for home matches, for home games, because we play in left field of our baseball field with no lights. We only have 1 field hockey field, and we have to get a varsity and a JV game in before we lose daylight. You know, some of the early dismissals and some of the third period early dismissals were for length of trip. You know, some of our travel is fairly lengthy compared to our peers in Western Mass. You know, a trip to Minnetonka takes a little under an hour. You know, we travel out to the Berkshires, to Lenox, Monument Mountain. We go up to Turner's Falls and Mahar for some of our games. And some of our opponents don't have lights to push games back. You know, if we go play Munson in soccer, they play at a park field without lights. So we have to play at 4 o'clock and there's nowhere to move it. I did request if we can move some game times back. Some were able to be moved and some were not. You know, for the winter, you know, I did my leave times and pretty much we're leaving right after school. So yes, you know, for the winter, it will be better, but then looking ahead to the spring, I foresee, you know, baseball especially, just because the length of their games and their start times are usually around 4 o'clock, that they're going to be missing a lot of 4th period class come the spring. You know, there, other than the early dismissals, you know, the late start time definitely did have an effect on, you know, practice space availability. You know, we only have 1 soccer field, and instead of being able to have multiple time slots before nightfall, you know, they had to be overlapping. You know, we used to use JFK, and we used to transport our high school athletes, you know, our JV athletes over to JFK using a late bus. That late bus doesn't exist anymore. So when Tammy and I were working at the beginning of the year to try and secure a practice spot for our JV soccer programs over at JFK, there weren't seats on buses to get our kids over there. So it really created, you know, a space issue at the high school and trying to give our student athletes adequate practice opportunities with the field space that we have. But definitely the biggest, you know, issue is the early dismissals. And, you know, I don't know, you know, like I said, I listened to last month's meeting. It sounded like that this was not really brought up. You know, I did hear from my predecessor that she did speak to some of this, but I don't see this problem really being able to go away.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that report. I can report, having been part of this conversation for 10 years, and it even predates my time, that numerous athletic directors have been part of the conversation and have been part of the discussions around it, because this has been one of the possible challenges. So obviously, if other districts move their start times to align, then that would help. But that is one of the problems of being a leader on this issue. Dr. Voss.
Thank you. And I have a few things I want to say, but I think I'll talk about the athletics first, since we just finished that. And I too have been part of these discussions over, I think now 4 athletic directors and other topics in this area. And I guess I have a question and then some comments. Did the athletic department do anything this year to try to make any changes to limit the early dismissals, or are we just kind of, and if we didn't, I'm not necessarily faulting it, but I guess I think we need to move in that direction. So my first question is just did we do anything to try to minimize the effect of the late start on the early dismissals yet? Have we done anything yet?
Yeah, I did say I requested later times and I was able to get some. In some, I was not due to the facility constraints. But for example, golf, 17 dismissals for home and away, and there's nothing that can be done about that.
Okay. I mean, golf was the one sport that I remember the earlier athletic directors saying would be probably the biggest problem. But I think from my perspective, and I think the majority of the committee said this, it is more important for the majority of our high school students to get enough sleep than to plan things around the most ideal athletic schedule. And I think we have to really work hard to figure out how to reduce the early dismissals, which when you share the numbers are really too many. And I'm just sitting here making a list of things that I wonder if we can try, such as some of these games, especially field hockey. I don't know why they can't happen on a weekend. For that matter, golf, I understand there's a financial aspect of this with the golf, but I think we have to figure out how to deal with that. Talking to other districts and maybe playing teams that have similar start times to us. I think the first semester of this is harder, as other people have said in other lines, but we need to start managing some of the athletics around when our school ends, because students should not be missing that much time. And I do know some previous athletic directors said that there would be a lot fewer earlier dismissals than what we're hearing about. So the other things I put my hand up about were just what really struck me from students doing surveys a couple of years ago. And I would ask the students if maybe they do another survey, if they could add this for comparison reasons. I think it was January or February 2020, just before the pandemic hit, when the student union showed us results that asked students how many hours a night they were sleeping. And it was really pretty staggering in terms of just how few hours a lot of our students were sleeping. And I think it would be really interesting to compare that to this year, what's happening. Of course, comparing what students say about their sleep and what they like about when they start school is complicated from last year, because while we were remote, the high school started later than 7:30. So I think you'd have to go back to before the pandemic happened to really think about how the late start has affected student sleep. But to me, that would be a really good survey question. And then the other thing is, in your people who answered your survey, a question that might be relevant also is, do you ride the school bus? Because, or something about how long does it take you to get to school? Because before we switched to late start, we had kids getting on school buses at 6:30 in the morning. And that's really different than if you live right down the street from the school. And you can get there in 5 or 10 minutes by walking. And that just, I'm not sure if your demographics that you got would potentially have more people walking to school than taking the school bus. So that's just another piece of the story that adds the complexity to it. But thanks for your surveys and thanks for all the work you did.
Yeah, so I have a few things to mention.
Yeah.
About the buses, what exactly would you be hoping to get from students by dividing it by students who take the bus versus students who walk or bike or get driven?
Yeah. I think the students who take the bus some of them are effectively starting their school day 45 minutes earlier than students who don't take the bus. So if your survey, let's say, had a higher percentage of students who don't take the bus, they really have a very different start time. So the starting your day at 6:30 versus 7:30, is very different in the old days. Now, if school starts at 9, those students are getting on the bus. I don't know what time, but probably not 8 since they're at the elementary schools, but when they're considering what the effect of the late start is, it's very different for students who are riding buses than for students who are not riding buses, I guess. Am I answering your question, Jake? I'm sorry if I'm
Your answer. Yeah, I understand. Also, a few things that you mentioned is students. One thing I wanted to bring up is I don't know the amount and I don't know actual numbers, but I know one of the big reasons of switching to this later start time was for students to actually get more sleep. And I know that there are certain sports that take advantage of this because of their because of the later ending. Practices can run later. Some sports have opted to have morning practices, and so that basically gets rid of the whole benefit of supposedly sleeping the amount you're supposed to sleep. And so I don't know how many of the athletic teams do that. And also something I wanted to bring up in all of this is something I kind of think of as high school students. I don't think students should be put in a position to choose between athletics and academic achievement. And I think some students have been put in that position, especially leaving class. Like, I know the goal is to not have early dismissals and have as little as possible, but it seems that a lot of students, either some teachers offer after school. I know Flex Block is meant to offer make sure that all students have equitable access to teacher help, but some teachers still offer after school help, which students can't go to. Then there's the missing classes for games, and there are certain sports that nothing can be done about that. So I know there's not much that can be done about just making sure there's no early dismissals, but I think it's very important to keep in mind that no student in the college or high school level, but especially in the high school level, should be forced to have to decide between their academic and athletic achievements. So
I'm sorry. I actually just have one other quick thing on my little list here, if that's okay. In terms of just adapting to a different start time at the high school and making things work. Another thing we were hearing about is the schedule in terms of taking Smith classes and Flex Block, getting different things getting added in. And I've said this before, but I'm going to say it again. There's ways to arrange the Flex Block where you can make the Smith classes far more accessible. And I've drawn them out and shared them. But I think when we went to the late start, we were told by the principal that they would use the Flex Block in a way that maximized access to Smith classes. And that would be something that I think could be looked at again, because I think we could do a lot better at that too.
Yeah, that is something we're also planning to discuss with Principal Valancourt as long with the start time, is to see when it can switch. Because as of now, as a junior at least, the 3 times you can take a Smith class are if it's in the morning and ends before 10:20, during second period because of Flex Block, and then something that starts after 2:15, which is 4th period. So there is definitely some things that we can look at with Flex Block in regards to lunch and late start time. So yes, definitely.
I'll make the same offer as Member Kaufman did. I'm an expert on the Smith schedule, so feel free to email me if you want any help with that.
I think he froze.
Did I freeze?
No, I think he froze briefly, but I think he's back. Sorry, Jake. Okay, so Member Levy, you have your hand up, and I want to remind members that this is a discussion, so we should probably be mindful of the time as well. So Member Levy.
Thanks. I have a quick question and then a question about process. So my quick question is, given the limited fields, is there a way to, it sounds like field hockey in particular, is there a way to work with the city to find a space that could be an additional field hockey field?
Yeah, I did reach out to the rec department. We hadn't, well, so I talked to the rec department. We had at least for practice, I don't know if we're talking about practice or games. For games, you know, with field hockey, it has to be cut at a very specific level to be able to have a playable surface. So there is a special length that our grounds crew cuts that specific field, and no other field is cut at that length.
I guess maybe,
yeah, with our numbers as well, they have to be played on the same field, or else we wouldn't have been able to have a JV program as well. But if you're taking that out of the mix, when I was working with the rec department and with what their youth programming was and what was committed to soccer, we just didn't really find a good second location. And then on top of that, the one location, which is by the dog park, I'm forgetting, it was Ellebrook Field, which, and I think Tammy might be on the call, but it's actually on the same bus route I believe that we were trying to use for the others, and we wouldn't have been able to get anybody over there because there's no late bus to bring anybody to the offsite fields.
okay, I guess I appreciate your answering it in the moment. Maybe a better question is just in general, is there a way for us to think a little more creatively about approaches here? And then the
have a
other
turf
thing,
field so I can play at night.
I mean, honestly, that was where I was going. Yes.
Honestly, a turf field where we could have more practices in games at night under lights and not have to be confined to daylight would be huge.
I remember Voss's point about weekend games as well. You know, I think there's different considerations, but I think for right now, what I would like to ask is that, you know, this is a discussion, and I would like to see the discussion go somewhere, so that
with respect to the weekend game option, you know, I'm coming from an area where weekend games are common. You know, Saturdays is when colleges play, and getting into meeting my colleagues and talking about, because I was surprised how nobody plays on the weekend unless it's like a reschedule. And what, you know, in my discussions with our previous ADs, with my colleagues now, it is very much frowned upon because so many high school students work on weekends. And that weekends are not really to be touched unless absolutely necessary. So I think if that became a regular schedule option for us, we would meet a lot of opposition, and our schedules are built without weekends. So you would need mutual agreement to move them. And I think that you would not get a lot of agreement with our peer schools to move games to the weekends.
Yeah, I guess I would say our academics shouldn't be touched with unless extreme circumstances. But I hear you. I just want to make sure that we as a school committee have a next step here, that there's a follow-up, that this isn't just a conversation that we've had, but then we're done. That we're going to circle back with Smith schedules, with I don't know if we need an ad hoc committee to be able to look into some of these issues, but I just want to make sure the conversation doesn't end here, and I'm curious where it goes next.
One of the challenges, of course, is that 7 of us that are part of this conversation won't be on the school committee. So you'll be resetting with a whole new group of people. So I'm not sure that we'd be in a position to set something into motion at this meeting. That would just be my take on it. But I certainly understand the concern. Member Busanski.
Thanks. I just want to add 2 comments to this quickly based on just what I heard. And one, I just want to respond to Jake's point about some teams practicing before school starts. And I think there's a really big, and I think that's very common in a lot of school systems like New York City, Berkeley, Tampa, Florida, Atlanta, Georgia, where they practice before because they don't get out till 3:45 or 4 o'clock. It's really different to ask an athletic team to practice beforehand than to ask an entire school, the entire high school, to start at 7:30 so we can accommodate those athletes. Number one. Number two, I think it's really worth researching the playing weekend games, Dave, and I'd like to understand that better. And I won't be here to understand it better, so I gotta leave it in Member Levy's hands and others' hands to understand it better. But Superintendent Provost, especially, I was really impressed that for the first year ever in my time having kids at Northampton Public Schools, the high school musical is now rehearsing on the weekends. And since my daughter's the stage manager, there have not been any conflicts. So I don't really know about that. Kids are working on the weekends, Saturday and Sunday during the day. I think they're working evenings for sure. So I think that's actually really worth going back and trying to understand better. And also, I think it's also really worth talking to Amherst, and I hear East Hampton is about to change their start time, and trying to gain some momentum about like changing some of these things so that athletics don't have to be compromised by academics, and academics doesn't have to change. Our schools don't have to formulate their start times based on athletics, and trying to tease some of that out. So I really appreciate Member Levy like trying to start this and make this a discussion. So thanks.
So, and I have spoken with the Amherst AD, Vic Stewart. She's a good friend. I actually coached her when she was in high school in the area. And I did ask her, specifically, golf, obviously aside, we know the challenges with that. But, for example, with field hockey, we had home early dismissals for our home games. I asked her what they did. They had to start their field hockey games at 4:30. And she said they got out early too. So they're dismissing kids early for their home games just as we are. So they are facing the same challenges.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you to Jake and Lila for joining us for this discussion, for sticking around later than you needed to for this discussion. And obviously thanks to the athletic director for weighing in as well. And obviously this is, I think at the last time we discussed the start time, I think we talked about that this was going to be something that the next school committee would need to take up and begin evaluating. So this is all good information for those of them that are here to hear, and collected a lot of good questions that need to be answered. So, so thank you. And we'll now move on to the next item on the agenda, which is item G. This is a discussion and vote regarding resubmission of the original capital plan or capital program request for a gas-powered van. And I would turn to Dr. Provost to explain the purpose of this.
Sure, very quickly, and this is mostly for the public because you all have this information, although most of the public is gone at this late hour. The issue is that the van we were instructed to buy is not available. Ford does make a electrified van for school transportation, and our intention, and we did submit a capital request for that. However, since that time, Ford has halted production on the vans because they have problems with the batteries. They can't hold a sufficient charge for use for school. So the two options that I'm just asking for direction from the committee on are to continue contracting with a private vendor who uses gas-powered vehicle, or to purchase our own. I only mention it from a fiscal perspective because the cost of 1 year of contracting is a substantial portion of the cost of a whole new van. And since it's a capital request, half of that cost would be borne by the city. I know we're always looking for money at the end of the year. And so I just felt like as a good steward of district resources, I had to make sure that the school committee wanted me to hold off and keep contracting and wait for the technology to get better.
Member Voss, you have your hand up.
Thanks. So as we all know, the Budget and Property Subcommittee has talked about things like this for a couple of years. And I don't think we said at our meeting when we asked for van and bus purchases to move to electric, that we said it had to be a Ford van. What I recall is it got researched after our meeting, and it was submitted in the budget as the price of a Ford van. And a very, I'm no expert on this, but quick Google search suggested there might be a few other brands of electric vans out there. I don't know if they meet our needs or not, but I would like to know more about what else we could do, and really encourage us to wait to purchase something until there's something available. I would think Ford is investing so much money in this. They're really a leader in it. They've halted making these, but for how long? And as good stewards of moving forward so that we figure out how to move into a sustainable future, I think it makes more sense to contract for another year and figure this out. We also had a commitment to form some sort of, I don't know what to call it, but committee or group between the city and the schools and potentially some citizens who are more expert at this, to do some research to figure out what grants can we apply for. From what I hear, there's some coming out, and move forward with a plan, figure out how to get these charging stations in place. And what I don't want us to do is own a van that's going to run on fossil fuels for the next 10 years. We have to move away from that infrastructure. So there's some questions sprinkled in there. If you know how long Ford is going to take and other details, I'm certainly interested in them, but I don't want to rush into this.
So Ms. Lieber is on the call, and her video came on instantly, so I think she may have some information to share. And I also just want to correct the record that in terms of, I know there's a want for this committee and this ad hoc committee, but I did not make any commitment to that. So I just want to let the record show that I did not make that kind of a commitment. I said that we would bring it back and talk about what the best way to proceed. So just want to make sure that's clear. Ms. Lieber, you have the floor.
Hi, good evening. So yes, I would love to have the Go Green Northampton team is what we really need to get together, and between the city and the school department and citizens in the city to discuss all of the electric vehicles for the city. DPW has been interested in a lot of things. I know the other departments in the city are looking at it, but the biggest thing is going to be talking about infrastructure and deciding exactly what direction we want to go, how much there is to spend. And with these grants coming up, there are a few coming up. What I'm seeing though in the grants are all the 70 passenger buses, which we contract out. I'm not seeing any on the smaller vehicles yet. That being said, there could be some coming out. I haven't seen the whole list yet. And there isn't any coming out right now for the 30 passenger vehicles is what we use for special needs students in the city. I think a lot of the technology is still not 100% there. The vans that we've been ordering are handicap accessible, are accessible for our preschoolers. There's a lot of different functions in there. The heating system, the AC, because we transport, when it's our vehicles, we transport kids with needs that are temperature sensitive. So a lot of these technologies have not gotten to the point where we can order yet, but still watching the technology that's coming in. Right now, we are looking to increase the vans that we have in the city. And the reason for that is we have a number of, between the students that need the smaller vehicles, even smaller than our 30 passenger vehicles. With the flexibility, if we had our own vehicles, it's a lot easier to pick up these kids, whether they're McKinney-Vento, whether they're foster kids, whether they're very high needs. So that's why we're looking to try to increase our fleet. And I understand it is gas powered, but when we look, Dr. Provost and I actually went through it with Nick, our business manager, and we did some numbers, and we're seeing that the vehicles that we're contracting out these vans. They're coming in from Wilbraham, from Greenfield. They're putting triple the miles and triple the exhaust into the air. If we had them local, we're only doing our local miles in our city. So we're trying to cut down quite a bit. The purchase of the van, roughly, from what I got from our sales rep, would be about the same rental for an entire year, including summer school, for a van pool van. So that was the only reason why we had it there. But again, I agree, we need to get together. We need to get together with the city, with the school department, and people in the community that have been dealing with the infrastructure, and some sales reps from different areas, Eversource. We need to look at National Grid. What are our options and where to go? So I think right now to purchase an electric vehicle is probably not in our best interest. I'd have to order now for it to arrive for September. And I don't think for September we would be ready to have an electric vehicle on site.
Member Busansky.
I'm curious, Dr. Provost or Ms. Lieber, if you could if you could just give us the budget numbers, like contracting, you said, versus, I guess, purchasing this vehicle. I'm also curious if we could purchase it and then if there's any like used market to sell it so that we could commit to not keeping it very long. I think it's really important, and I think we heard from students tonight that we go with that we wait out and go with an electric vehicle. And I think that's coming soon. And I think we probably need to put a little pressure on ourselves. And I think we're, from what I'm hearing in my day job, we're going to get pressure from the state by next year to go for electric vehicles. So we may as well try to start sort of getting on board as soon as possible, because this change is going to happen. It's going to happen pretty fast. I'm already receiving things about the infrastructure bill that was just passed at the federal level, that there's going to be a lot of climate change, climate resilience money coming down in the form of electric vehicles, et cetera. So we can talk about the numbers, but so I would like to hear that part.
Sure. I see that Nick is coming on, I think, to answer the numbers question. I just want to say before he speaks, the aftermarket for buses and vans that have been used for school transportation is not very good. So we didn't really consider that as an option. We did consider leasing as an option. And we did find some vans that could potentially be available for lease. However, they're not built to standards for use for student transportation. So I just wanted to say that before Nick goes over what the actual financial implications are.
So Member Levy, would you yield some Nick to provide that information? Okay, great. Your hand was up before his. So go ahead, Nick. And again, I just want to remind people that this is I think a fairly straightforward question to vote about whether or not to resubmit or whether to just maintain contract services. So just trying to be mindful of the time. It's 10:44. So go ahead, Business Manager Bernier.
Contracting for one of these vans this year with Van Pool is a little over $59,000 for the year. Purchasing a van would be about, I would say about 70 at this point. The last one we bought, I think, was 62, but obviously prices of everything are going up. And I do understand that this is contrary to where the district wants to go. But believe me, if we were able to jump on an electric vehicle right now, I'd be all for it. But, it's just, as Tammy said earlier, we're not quite there, and they're just not making what we need at this point. So, just the numbers, I mean, buying the gas powered van would essentially pay for itself in a little bit over a year. And we honestly at this point don't know what one of these vans from Vanpool is going to cost next year. It's going to be adjusted for inflation, which will be somewhat based on the consumer price index, which is not looking good right now. And you know, we have to be mindful of other costs as well, that, you know, while we certainly could keep contracting this particular van, I mean, other costs are going to go up as well. Our contract with Durham, that's based on the consumer price index as well. We won't know how much that's going to go up until January, but we should be looking to save money in places where we can save money. And just, I also would like this to go on the record, regardless of what we end up doing with this, if we, you know, if we buy a gas powered van, if we don't, if we just contract again, whatever, a year from now, we are going to have to buy a new 30 passenger bus. That is non-negotiable. The oldest one we have at this point is from 2006, and it breaks down an awful lot. I do not know where technology will be then. I would hope that there'll be something electric or hybrid that we can look at and, you know, head in that direction. But you know, if we're not, we're going to be in trouble with that older van. So I just wanted that to be on the record.
Okay. Member Levy, your hand, have you lowered your hand, or you have? Okay. Member Goldman.
Thank you. Nick, you said the van pool, to continue with van pool, is about $59, $59 is $59 for the year. Does that include the driver?
Yeah.
And gas? That's like the whole thing. That's our complete cost for that. And then
yeah, and that includes, I'm sorry, Member Goldman, that includes summer as well.
Okay, and then it would be 70. Obviously, we'd have it for more than a year, also 12 months. Does that include a driver? Would we need to hire that employee?
Yeah.
And it doesn't include gas, but the 59 for van pool does include everything, right?
Yeah, based on this current year's pricing, yes. And you are correct. If we did purchase this vehicle, we would have to hire a driver, and we would have to pay for gas based on, you know, whatever the rate it was purchased at. When Tammy could speak to that better than me at this point, but yes, we would need to buy those things.
Yeah, I'm looking for equivalent costs between the two instead of aren't equivalent costs, because we're getting a lot more in the van pool package. Like we're getting the driver and the the employment costs and the gas costs and whatever else. Yeah, Tammy, please.
Okay, so the question, oh, go ahead, Tammy, I'm sorry. Trying to unmute you there.
Oh, that's all right. So the cost of van pool right now is $59,000 for the year. The cost of van pool will be $61,000 next year. And then the cost of van pool for the third year will probably be around $65,000. The purchasing of the van, yes, it's probably the van we have coming in now is 62. It was supposed to arrive in November, but we'll see it sometime in February, maybe, hopefully. I have my fingers crossed. But after that cost is there, it's only going to be the cost of the drivers. So year 2 and year 3, we're actually going to be saving money to where van pool's costs will be increased.
Okay, thank you. And what's the estimated cost for the employment?
I've got 170 driver right now. Nick, do you happen to have her total for the year? I don't have it on me now. It could be 30, somewhere around there. She's a full-time.
That's fine, thank you.
Okay, so the question becomes, there's a request that we take a vote, and so this can be framed however you want. Right now, the current vote was to resubmit original capital request for a gas-powered van, but I've heard, so if someone is willing to make a motion essentially on whether or not to resubmit or whether to, it could be continuing with contracted services. That could be the motion. I just would love someone to put a motion on the table. Member Voss.
I will make a motion to continue with contracted services and to continue to ask for an electric vehicle in the capital budget.
Second.
Okay, so there's been a motion made and seconded. So I guess the only thing I want to be mindful of, just so you understand what's being voted on, the onus is on the department to identify the piece of equipment that they would like to purchase. And so and what I'm hearing is they don't have that thing identified. So it may get moved to an out year then in the capital program. But so I just want to be clear that that's sort of what I'm hearing. So anyway, fine. Okay, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Member Gold. Member Gold. I'll move forward and wait for him. Mayor Narkewicz. Do you want me to read the motion?
No, yes, sorry. I was trying to see why I couldn't unmute Member Gold, but yes.
Member Busansky.
Yes.
Member Fallon.
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Member Condon.
Yes.
Member Levy.
Yes.
Member Kaufman.
Yes. Yes.
Member Goldman.
Yes.
Member Voss.
Yes.
And Member Gold.
Yes.
The vote is 10 in favor.
Okay, so thank you. That gives the district the direction they need. The next is a discussion and possible vote to create an ad hoc child care survey committee. And this is a request coming from Dr. Provost, and I'll turn it over to him.
Thank you again. This should be rather brief. We have the presentation coming up in January on the fate of the why in our after-school programs, or the fate of the leads program in our after-school programs. One of the things that's been requested by the why and now has also been requested by the director of our in-district programs is to survey the community so that the next school committee can have some data from users of our services before making a decision on which direction to go in. My question is whether the school committee would like to do that, and if so, tonight and every night there seems to be a discussion about the quality of surveys, and I'd like to try to address that by suggesting that we create an ad hoc subcommittee that includes some of the members of this committee and some members of the incoming committee and other people to create the survey that would be deployed. So what's your preference?
So Dr. Provost, you're asking for this committee to make a vote to authorize you to create an ad hoc committee, essentially. Okay.
If they feel that having some perceptual data from the community would be helpful for the January discussion.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes, thank you. I do think this would be really helpful. And my understanding is that an ad hoc committee can include members of the public. And so that's how outgoing members of the current school committee could be involved. Is that what I'm hearing?
That's correct.
Okay.
Well,
yes, then I would like to make a motion to direct the superintendent to create an ad hoc committee to create a survey. Sorry, whatever the language is in the agenda that I don't have in front of me.
Is there a second? Okay.
I believe it is to create an ad hoc child care committee, survey committee.
Thank you, Member Goldman. Yes, that is my motion.
Okay, and it's been seconded by Member Goldman.
Yes.
Okay, so any discussion? Hearing none, I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
Mayor Narkewicz,
Yes.
Member Bisanski,
No.
Member Fallon,
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Condon,
Yes.
Member Levy,
Yes.
Member Kaufman,
Yes.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
Member Voss,
Yes.
and Member Gold.
Yes.
The vote is 9 in favor, 1 opposed.
Okay, so the motion is adopted and the superintendent is authorized to formulate that ad hoc child care survey committee. So quickly going through, we have nothing under discussion topics. The next school committee meeting will be obviously in the new term, scheduled for January 13th, 2022 at 6:45 p.m. And then the final item on the agenda, and I will need a motion to suspend rules and extend the meeting to a certain time, is a request for executive session. But just given the timing, I would like someone first to make a motion to suspend rules to go past 11. Member Goldman.
Thank you. Motion to suspend the rules for the meeting to go past 11.
Okay. Are you putting any kind of a time limit or is it just an unlimited extension?
I'm not putting a time limit on it.
Okay.
I'll second.
There's been a motion made and seconded. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Member Bisanski. Oh, I think Member Seraphy Cox has her hand up.
Oh, Member Seraphy Cox, my apologies.
Oh, I just wanted to let folks know that I'm voting no, not because I don't want to extend the meeting, but because I do want a time limit.
Would you like to make a friendly amendment?
Yes, I would like to vote friendly amendment to extend till midnight.
Accepted.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so the motion then is on to extend the meeting till midnight. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Member Bisanski,
Yes.
Member Fallon,
Nope.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Condon,
Nope.
Member Levy,
No.
Member Kaufman,
Yes.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
Member Voss,
Yes.
Member Gold,
No.
and Mayor Narkewicz.
Yes.
Vote is split 5-5.
Okay, so then somebody better make an alternative motion quick because at 10:59 or at 11 o'clock, we all turn into pumpkins and it ends. So
Mayor Narkewicz?
yes.
I believe Lauren Brown is trying to say something.
Okay, my apologies.
Principal Brown, excuse me.
Principal Brown.
Hi, I just would like to speak up in favor of extending the meeting as I just stuck through this 4-hour meeting, 2 hours past my bedtime to participate in the executive session. So if I may be so bold as to request.
Duly noted. So
Thank you.
If that's okay, can I make a motion?
Please do.
I'll make a motion to extend it to 11:30, but if Member Seraphy Cox feels that's not long enough, I will happily change it to 11:45.
I would love to go to 11:30 and call it there. And I hope that in executive session, we can be very efficient.
Okay, there's my motion.
Okay, so motion made by member Voss, seconded by member Seraphy Cox, if that's okay? You second the motion? Okay. Member Levy, are you okay with us taking that?
That was my motion too,
Okay.
so.
Okay, so let's call the roll.
Member Fallon,
Only because Lauren Brown asked. Yes.
member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
member Levy. Oh, no, I'm sorry, member Condon,
Yes.
member Levy,
Yes.
member Kaufman,
Yes.
member Goldman,
Yes.
member Voss,
Yes.
member Gold,
No, but we're going anyways. But I just want to say that.
Mayor Narkewicz,
Yes, again, yes.
and member Busansky.
Yes, again.
The vote is 9 in favor, 1 opposed.
Okay, so we will now move into executive session. I don't actually know if, did anyone read the actual request? We're moving into executive session under Mass General Law, Chapter 38, Section 21A3 to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining or litigation. Because an open meeting would have a detrimental effect on the bargaining or litigating position of the school committee and the chair so declares. I will also let members of the public who are here know that we will adjourn directly from executive session and not return to open session. Okay, so with that, I will ask any members of the public that are still here to please log off the meeting so that we can just stay in this Zoom, and I will assist some folks to go into the waiting room if we're unsure about that. Okay, I know obviously Principal Brown is going to be here and part of it.
Mayor, I
Yeah.
have to log out and log in from a different device because I'm out of batteries and I can't find my charger. I think I packed it. So
Okay.
will you let me back in like 2 minutes?
Yes, I will.
Thank you.
Okay, so I believe everyone's off except we've got Northampton Open Media still here. Liz, are you here?
And we're recording, right? Should we not be recording?
We will need to stop the
Recording
recording.
stopped.
And I don't know, can I put Nam in the waiting room? Is that bad? Is that me? I can do it. I'll put him in the waiting room.